Hello, Dave. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hey, chat. How's everybody going tonight? Welcome to an evening with Dave. I should roll the intro. Hang on, let me just roll the intro.
Hens love roosters, geese love ganders, everyone else loves Ned Flanders.
Not me.
Everyone who counts loves Ned Flanders.
I'm inordinately proud of that, and I probably have no right to be. So, how's it going, Dave?
Ju- just a second. I've got an echo on my end. Um, I'm
I feel.
doing as good as I can be.
Yeah.
There we go. I've decided that I had to do this because I've been noticing that I'm slipping here and there, and I want to get some things at least recorded before I don't know what's what. I
Yeah.
don't want to end up like Joe Biden or Fetterman before I get this out. So yeah,
Well, I guess the best place to start is right at the beginning. So where were you born, Dave?
I was born on an Air Force base in California uh, to a Vietnam vet. Um, let's back up a little bit further because there's some things because I don't want to.
Let's go to pre-birth.
Yeah, pre-birth little background lore. My father was in the Navy, and the memes are already writing themselves. Um, and he worked on a ship during, I think it was an aircraft carrier. I'm not quite sure because uh, these both my parents didn't quite stick around too long for me. So, but one of I think my problem with him started then. Uh, he had a job. Well, it was his chore at the time to clean the fuel cells, and at the time they literally just stuck people in the hole
Hmm.
with the chemicals, and well, they wore hazmat suits and whatnot, but you they were only able to keep you in there for so long until basically the chemicals burned through the suits,
Yeah.
and they were supposed to be you're supposed to do it in a minimum of two people, one to clean, one to yank the person out, and whether through the person being lazy or not wanting to be there, or there was an actual attack that happened. My father was kept in there like twice as long as he was supposed to be there. Um, and ever since then, he got messed up and um, severely, I shouldn't say severely brain damaged, but brain damage to the effect that he had to be on like hard medications.
Hmm.
And then he started to self medicate with cheaper things.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Uh,
Happens.
yep. So there was my my father got together with my mother, and my mother was so appreciative, even a simp, even a simp for my dad because she was deaf, and this was a time in history where if you had a disability, a very visible disability, you were pretty much treated like shit.
Yeah, I imagine that's before the ADA as well.
Well, oh yeah, that doesn't. The ADA doesn't come until like way after me. Um, so, so she was so enamored with him, and he could do no wrong to in her eyes. And I'd like to come up with some sort of romanticized, lifestyle that they lived, and so that you know it sounds better, like on, it really does sound better on paper than reality, but you know, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They were fuckers. They let themselves get in a position where they didn't have to take responsibility for their lives. Uh, and yeah, um, so they got together somewhere around 74 ish.
How long were they? How long were they together before they had you?
Oh, I I don't know. I want to say a few years, like say 4 or 5. But my mom didn't have me until she was like in her like 21, 22. So they were
Okay.
together. Yeah, they were together. They were together and met in school because, well, thank you. That actually helps because my father went to the school for the there's a school for the deaf in Riverside that he went to and was like basically a teacher's aide in, because his parents were both deaf, and one was both deaf and blind because of experiments in World War II. They uh, spoiler alert, they were Jews, so they had some bad stuff done to them.
Yeah.
Uh, for those who don't know, that there was a little, very hush hushed experiments that they did to try to figure out how to turn the Jews into the good Aryan race. And a lot of what happened ended up doing a lot of permanent damage, like almost, I believe, on a genetic level to a lot of people. So later when I talk about how I looked as a kid, I think I know where it came from. But yeah,
So your dad worked at the school for the deaf. So I assume he knew sign language because of his parents.
yes, very yes. He went there to learn for that. So he learned for that, and then stayed on to basically help others. And I want to say, like, for
Translate.
diplomatic reasons, yeah, to translate and be helpful. But I really don't have a. I'm very biased against the son of a bitch. So it's hard for me to. It's hard for me to connect any sort of helpfulness. But I do believe that there might be some good in the guy. And yeah, and just chalk it all up to his addictions. Uh, but yeah, um, but I I have this idea that that there was an now my dad. I've got to say this for others. I have I have one father and one dad. My dad is um, the husband of my birth mother's sister, so he would technically be my uncle.
Yep.
Because I was adopted by their family because of issues. Um, so my dad said there was nothing wrong or shady, but I have this concept that it was basically what you would think of as uh, your cliche drug den of a household.
Mm.
So when I speak of my father, I worry sometimes that like I don't really know who my real father is, because he did kind of, well, when the money was low or the drugs weren't flowing like they should, he pimped my mom out, like the
Mm.
like
It's
the
terrible.
like the stories go.
Yeah.
Um, so my problems come to, everyone has their problems. I know, with addiction and whatnot, and I don't want to sound like I'm condemning them, because shit happens. Like I said, my birth father got into it because he was really jacked up from an incident. So though there's reasons I don't want to come out like that, but they decided for one reason or another um, well, I shouldn't say, they were so enthralled with their drug use that they didn't realize that they were pregnant basically until my mother was showing, and it didn't even stop their use.
Yeah.
Uh, so uh, and I realize there's probably a lot of situations like that, and my heart
Yeah.
goes out to everyone that goes through the same thing. So
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a very common story.
yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Um, so um, I don't. I was it on a stream that I spoiled this, but yeah. Um, when I was born, I wasn't born as much as I was miscarried. And here comes some of my I kind of look at it with jokingly and whatnot. One of the things is I consider myself a very lucky, unlucky person, because when I was born, the reason why I was born is my mother went into an overdose when she was 23, 24 weeks pregnant. And
Mm.
because she went into an overdose, she ended up miscarrying me. Um, well, she went into labor, and it was basically a miscarriage.
Yeah.
But I was a this is I kind of get at myself sometimes.
You were an unintentionally induced birth.
Yeah, I
Mm.
was. I say sometimes that I was a failed miscarriage.
Failed abortion.
Yeah, one of my first failures. But I try to get out of my head for that. But it
Yeah.
always
That's not a failure of
creeps
you.
in.
Like, that's nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
You hold no responsibility for that.
yeah. So
That's a faulty oven. You don't blame the loaf if the oven is faulty.
Thank you for bringing the Jewish oven connection back. Thank
Well,
you.
I wanted to circle back to this question because talking about your grandparents and the stuff they went through under the N people,
Yeah.
not that N people, the other N people,
Yeah.
the one that
Oh,
starts with N and ends with artsy.
yeah. Well, some of the things that they would do is like they would try different things to lighten their skin because the Jews, well, trying to make the Aryan perfected person, which
Hmm.
even those people at the time didn't quite fit. They would do stuff like inject dyes in the skin to basically bleach them to make them less tan. They would try to artificially change eyes blue, um, and basically find a way to have hair grown out straight instead of curly. So a lot of things they did, like with my grandmother, she had blue dye stuck into her eye lenses, into her pupils to change the color. So she had blue eyes, but she couldn't see. Um, and then I believe they both ended up going deaf because of all the mechanical workings going on in the camp that they were in, as well as I think they were there during actual war. So I think their eardrums got exposed to gunfire and explosions as well, if I remember the story correctly, which very easily could be different. Oh, and I should say all I talk about my past, I don't have the full story. So this is all been through my point of view and what I've taken in. You know, hashtag my truth. So take it, take it for what you will, because a lot of this stuff is going to sound very outlandish. So yeah.
Well, let's move forward to baby Dave. So you're fresh out of the oven, not that oven,
uh,
the good oven.
um,
At 24 or 25 weeks.
I spend the next 3 years in hospitals. My first, from what I know from other people, um,
Yeah,
I had
unfortunately,
yeah,
birth doesn't tend to have a first-hand account. Yeah.
yeah. I had so much heroin and other drugs in my system that they were surprised I was even alive.
Yeah.
So I went through heavy detox,
Yeah.
the baby prenatal detox, and I believe it was like for the first 2 years I wasn't even allowed to like leave the special baby rooms. Uh, I was born 2 to 3 pounds,
Oof.
and I was no more than 6 inches.
Yeah.
So
That we should clip that.
so
Yes, heroin is a hell of a drug.
yeah. Um, so my early years are a bit sketchy. Um, where I remember the most is coming home to my mom and dad's house, because at this point there's been uh paperwork done. There's been going to judges to um, get my custody given to my new parents in the
Yeah. So
interim.
so essentially your aunt and uncle. Is this your mother's sister?
Your mother's
Yeah.
sister.
Okay. Yeah. So you're born preemie, or you're born hooked on drugs, and your aunt decides, look, let's get him away from there.
Well, we'll get to that later. There's some things that uh, has it comes up. Um, some things you shouldn't say to your kids.
Well,
So um, that's later on. But yeah, apparently the person that oversaw this was the same. I don't remember the name for it. It wasn't a judge. It was it was a judge. It was a military judge. It was the same judge that helped him, quote unquote, stay in the military so that he could have the same military benefits. Um, so that basically I could be born on the military base with the best care at the time. I don't remember. Apparently, my dad said that I actually developed a relationship with him, but I don't remember this part, at
hmm.
all. Um, um, I want to say it's somewhere when I'm around 4 or 5. Yeah, but I do have memories of being at my aunt and uncle's, being at my mom and dad's, but still having um the visits with my birth parents. And this is where the lightheartedness comes out, because I oh, that's what I should have found that part. But this is where I ended up being, having some time spent in LA County, and in other places, and and this was the same time I got to meet Jean Claude Van Damme, and watch a Ice T concert. Gotta love the '80s movies. I got to be a extra on Breaking and Breaking too, so woo, that was a good thing. Um, but it was during one of these. Okay, I don't want to say that my mom and dad lied to me about this situation. Um, wow, I just now realized it. How coincidental. Uh, Spoiler. I shouldn't say spoiler alert. There's a connection from meeting Jean Claude Van Damme and his movie uh, Lionheart, because right about this time, my mother and father's drug dealer decided that um, to come collect when they didn't have money.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um, Now I want to see I want the best possible outcome. I want to see the good in them, and think that the reason why this happened is their drug dealer was losing the customers because they were trying to get clean, for me. So
Hmm.
that's what I would want to see. What I think, but I think it was just that they were trying to skim money or drugs off the guy.
Yeah.
But ended up coming in, and I uh, complete whether this is fictional or not. I have this memory of these people tying up my parents, well, not just tying up, but beating up and tying them together and putting a can of gasoline on them. Um, and I was upset because one of our neighbors was with them, um, and they ended up lighting the match and setting them both on fire.
Oh. How old were
Um,
you when this happened?
Young. I want to say right around 4 or 5.
Yeah. Oh,
It,
God.
it's right at that time. Um, and the reason why I think it happened more in this way instead of another way is because I have birthmarks. What I was told were birthmarks on both of my legs that are very, very reminiscent to burn scars
Yeah.
that have that grow that grow like a burn scar will grow over time,
Hmm.
whereas birthmarks don't quite grow that way. So I remember trying to knock over my mom and help her and try to put her out, and that's the first time I got caught on fire. So yeah, I remember being in a onesie pajama and the legs caught on fire. So, and it was that same neighbor that came in with the guy that like helped put me out and just dragged me out and kept me from going back in. Um, one of the issues with the Catholic Church was that they deemed this to be a suicide. Um, because when the fire ambulance finally got there, my dad was my father was dead, but my mom was still alive and still on fire by the time the first responders came. And if you don't know, if you guys have never been on fire, most no matter how many times you've heard stop, drop, and roll, that's not what goes through your mind. It's ow, ow,
Yeah.
ow, I'm on fire, I'm on fire.
Yep. I can very much attest to that.
Yep. So that when they came in, they tried to touch her and you basically get her down and put her out, but she was running away from them because she didn't want to be touched. She just wanted to be out. Uh, so yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
It'll stick to you and keep burning you.
yep. And yeah. So my my mother's family, who were Catholic at the time, this is where it's going to come in. Um, had ruled that basically said that it was a suicide. So apparently she was going to hell for it. So there's that. I've got other issues with the Catholic Church that I'll bring up. One of the things that so yeah, that is what happened to my parents as far as that goes.
So yeah. So 4 or 5, Dave. You're an orphan, and
Yeah. One thing that keeps one thing that always keeps me up at night because every time I go to sleep, I always see it is when she was fine because she lived for like another 14 hours after being taken to the hospital. She had third-degree burns over 90% of her body, and in some cases, I don't know what fourth degree would be
it's
considered.
full thickness.
Well, no, yeah. There was parts
Fourth
of
degree is full thickness burn. So
she,
essentially the entire all the way down through the skin.
there was parts of her bones that were
Yeah.
already being cremated. That's how far it went down. Like there was basically there was Well, they adding morphine and stuff like that just to help her pass is what it came down to. And I remember being a little kid, and there's everyone who's been a father knows how easy kids can just escape and be completely invisible when when things are hectic. They just walk around and
it's
just
easy to forget them. Yeah.
I managed to make my way somehow to my mom's bedside when the rest of the family came to see her. That I at least I managed to be able to get to her bedside when she passed, and I felt so. At the time, I didn't know what I was feeling. What it was is I felt so guilty that I let her down.
Yeah. You felt like you didn't save them or didn't do enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she managed to, say goodbye, and it wasn't really. It was a more of a gasp than a word, but I managed to at least have that. So, yeah, that's the beginning, so to speak.
So at this point, what you go and live with your aunt and uncle, and they adopt you, or
Yeah, and I at this point from the conception of my adoption, they had 2 sons already,
okay,
and this made me the interloper.
yeah, the odd duck.
Yep, the non-real son.
Hmm.
Now, my dad, he is by far the best person in the world I've ever known. The most outstanding person I've ever known. He's done everything he's done for me has been to make me feel normal. Because there's you guys who are here know the tales of me having seizures and twitching the fuck out and all that other stuff. I believe this is where it all came. Sorry for YouTube. Sorry for the wording, but you know, it's my condition. I'm allowed to describe it the way I want it. So screw you. Sorry, Thermo.
That's
Um,
all right.
I was afflicted with several different disorders because of the way I was developed in my at birth. I for, I forgot to research it once again. I was born with the colloquial term is bird chest syndrome, which is a uh, developmental disorder where all the calcium and bone stuffs don't grow right in the ribs and are replaced into the more of the chest. So you get weak and brittle ribs, but like massive developed breastplate. Um, I was pretty much uh, underdeveloped in my my motor control. I still do. You'll see me not move as fast, or you always see me move very
Deliberately.
deliberately.
Yeah.
Because it was
every movement you have to think about it because it doesn't just come naturally. Yeah.
Side note, I went through a lot of different hobbies as a kid. My family put me through like gymnastics and dancing and stuff like that. Not because it was a cool thing, but it was a therapy thing to help me control my body as much as possible. And they wouldn't put me in like the special Olympic versions of these. Very specifically, the regular ones. So like I would do like I learned the balance beam, and it wasn't the little tiny one. If I messed up, I would fall like 5-6 feet to the ground and hurt myself until I got back up and learned to control my shaking and keep my balance. Um, uh, that's why that's one of the reasons why I'm so, you know, you know, tired all the time, is that when most people get up and walk around, when they wake up and go get a coffee or wake up and do stuff, they just do it. When I get up, the first thing that goes into my mind is I've got to balance. I've got to balance. So I'm constantly, my life is quite literally always on a tightrope, because that's how I have to move in order to keep from shaking. And when I'm talking about shaking, it's not like oh, when people are doing something, the little tiny stuff. We're talking full on Michael J. Fox, Parkinson's shaking. So, yeah, I was quite visibly different when I was a kid, and I would have seizures. I shouldn't say I had seizures back then, and okay. They were called spells.
Yeah.
Back then, and my parents did all they could to not point out that there was something wrong. My dad did it because that would make me. He wanted me to be as normal as possible. Come to find out, the reason my mom and my grandmother and basically everyone else is because back then, if you had a disabled child, that means there was something wrong with you.
Yeah. Reflected on the parents.
Yeah. I remember times where when my dad, because my dad traveled a lot because he was in the military as well, and he was also he had a job where he had to travel for like long periods of time. So when my dad wasn't there, and like little things like going out for ice cream, going out to the restaurant, I was left home because they didn't want to be seen with me.
Yeah.
They would say it differently to me or say it differently to other people, but that's what it came down to. Um, the only person in my young life that made me felt my family was my family was my dad. My brothers took it upon themselves to remind me every day that that I wasn't their brother, that I was my parents were druggies, that I wasn't normal, that I was a drug child every day, just in their normal, speech. Um, okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Everyone's siblings are assholes to each other.
Yeah.
So that's not surprising, but it was the how they were allowed to get away with some of this stuff. It's beyond me. Well, I shouldn't say the stuff that happened to me by their hands should have put it, nowadays would have put people in a mental institution for the criminally, messed up.
Yeah.
Because they were allowed to, they liked and were allowed to get away with playing games like have you heard of the Clint Eastwood movie Hang 'em High?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, they wanted to see what a person looked like if they were hung.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was the not the unwilling participant in such games. Yeah. And that was basically some of the that was pretty much par for the course. Um, Now, not all of the things were as drastic. Like I remember being pulled out and having a pillowcase put over my head, being restrained and done that. I remember the bed sheet being placed accordingly, and I remember being tossed off of the. I can kind of remember it now. Um, do you remember the staircase in the Brady Bunch? How it comes out and then down the
Yep.
side, and
Yeah,
there
there's
was
a
a
landing.
drop.
Yeah, there's a landing halfway through. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember being tossed over that landing, hoping that I landed on the couch because the couch was right there. I was hoping it was a joke they were just playing a trick on me,
Hmm.
but I didn't land on the couch because I remember that sharp stop when you don't quite reach the ground.
Yeah.
And then everything from there, like from there on, I don't know how I survived it. Particularly, I chalk it up to, uh, you know, the young body's ability to bounce back.
Yeah.
Uh, Not too far from the truth. I'm not quite there yet, but I'll let you guys know where these guys end up. Um, but yeah, so there's that. Um,
What
so
about
that
school? What about school, Dave? What was your school life like?
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Oh,
Um, Pretty much. Uh, there was less outwardly cruel things by other people because these are normal kids who see someone different. And back in those days, different people were shunned. You threw rocks at them, you do stuff like that, but you don't quite resort to doing uh, you know, murder quite yet at this age.
one would hope not. Yes.
Yeah, so there was a lot of that going on. Um, who was it? When was it? I want to
Whereabouts?
say
Whereabouts did you go to school?
whereabouts. There's a small for those in Southern California, you might know this. There's this place called Rialto, California. Um, I went to my elementary school was J.C. Boyd, named after John Calvin Boyd, who was one of the earliest settlers in California. I shouldn't say earliest settlers, earliest frontiersmen, because it was he was an American settler, but we all know Spain had California for how I don't know how long, uh, but yeah. Uh, and he was famous for his orange groves. If there was if California oranges,
Yep.
the brand, that's possible because of the guy who founded Rialto. He was known for the one who brought the oranges. So, but yeah, so those who are who's quickly looking up my doxes, uh, Rialto, California, J.C. Boyd. Uh, so yeah, there was I remember a lot of what you considered classic cruel, uh, uh, you know, kid behavior. Um,
I think what you're describing goes past classic kid behavior.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. I got the retard, the spaz, the stuff
Yeah.
like that. Where I got it the worst though was at church. And I fully blame. I don't blame the movie, and I don't think the movie made them do it, but it didn't help my situation out. There's a little known movie that came out in like 1973. It's called The Exorcist.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. And
Must be one of those art house films.
Yep. And in it, there's a child who was possessed by the devil, but instead of taking him to the Catholic Church when they should have, they took her to the doctors because she would always shake and tremble, and so basically the scientists in the movie thought she had I think epilepsy was known by this time, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know the timing on it. But basically what the movie did was those who were so afraid of the devil, coinciding, seizures equals demon spawn. So I got a lot of that. I remember being in, would it be Sunday school? Basically the kids' church on one was it evening? It was one afternoon. I believe it was on a Sunday. And I had my first like full blown grand mal seizure there, and it freaked everyone out. And what ended up happening is what amounts to I'll just say it, unauthorized unauthorized makeshift exorcism. And we're not talking like, free Dave from the demons.
Power of Christ compels you in the name of the Archangel St. Michael.
Yeah, but literally held down, being lashed, being, having like warm, I want to say hot, but I can't be sure, just like really warm, holy water thrown on me and stuff like that. And shortly after, I don't know if my family was excommunicated or if they left, because after that, I don't ever remember that church at all. But I do remember being tied down with the priest, and a lot of this going on, all because I was taken by the spirit of evil. So yeah, I got a lot of that as well. And my dad, he didn't put up with that shit. I've tried talking to him about it when I was older. I want to say in like late 20s, but some things, it's like I think he was kind of savvy to some of the stuff that's happened, because he didn't want to bring it up. He didn't want to remember a lot of this stuff. Like just he would say there were things that went wrong, Dave, and I'm sorry I couldn't have been there for you during those times.
So he'd just be evasive about it.
Yeah, he basically said, please let the past be in the past.
Mm.
So, and here I am telling the world about all of it. um, I grew up. Uh, this is weird. In a the my mother's family, at least the like my mom and my grandmother in this part of my family were um, were Hispanic deniers because they didn't want to basically be seen as those those damn Mexicans. So they did
Yeah.
all they could to stay away. But my family uh, uh, on my mom's side were a big family, so I did end up having some connections. Um, I don't even remember her actual name, but I would always call her Nanny Tia, and Tia, I believe, basically Auntie.
Mm.
And she had the best cooking. But I was lucky that I had her as a older, like motherly grandmother figure in my life, because every chance I could to spend time with my grandma, and we all lived in the same house, it was always like she was distant from me, and she would babysit my brothers, but she wouldn't
Yeah.
want me around. Whenever she did babysit me, my brothers were allowed to go out and play. I was uh, told to stay in my room and play with my toys by myself. Um, she has never, I shouldn't say, she never touched me inappropriately, and she didn't believe in that. But it was more of what she would say and what she would allow happen. Um, my grandfather died when I was young. I want to say 7, uh, because of skin cancer on Christmas Eve.
Oh, that's sad.
Um, he was like my dad. He he I was My connection to him was was that I was the last. I represented what was left of his youngest child, my birth mom,
Yeah.
and that's how he saw it. That like, and he appreciated me, uh, and all that. What I get from my grandmother would be more like she saw me uh, as my mother's failure. I represented uh, everything that was wrong, and I believe I shouldn't say I believe, before she passed away, she flat out told me that she blamed me for my mother's death.
Ah, that's terrible.
And I represented that to her. So,
I understand. Yeah, look, you can't fault her for you representing that to her, but to hold it against you
yeah.
is not
Um,
is not right.
I would like to think that she knew she was dying, and with her last breath, she gave me a target for my angst, for like, she did it so that I could blame her
Yeah.
for the stuff that happened. That's what I want to think, and I think that's helped me, at least when thinking back on her, because there was good times. I mean, we did have When we did sit down as a family, we did do all that. There was very little like offhanded remarks that she would say like to me or about me, and when people are around, she would get on my brothers for being little jerks to me, around the table.
Hmm.
But there was incidences where some of the things my brothers would do that there was no way for them to have gotten the things that they did without my grandmother knowing it. There were some things done with a specific type of knitting needles that were always kept in a knitting bag that was locked, and
Hmm.
you know so
Yeah.
it had to be done specifically. So yeah, if nothing else, she was complacent in some of the stuff. I
Hmm.
mean, I wouldn't mind, going over a lot of the stuff that I've actually experienced here, but YouTube won't allow it because it's a bit too graphic.
I
Um,
don't think we worry about that. I don't think we worry about
okay,
that at all. If it gets age restricted, it gets age restricted. If they give me a strike, that's fine. I've got two more, so
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah. Like one of the things that I'm going over some of the trauma that really sticks out in my mind.
Just
So
quickly welcome Ken.
you can,
Hey Dave, hey, Dharma, what's up?
yeah. What was it? The knitting needles. Were you? Have you once again movies I brought back into it because my brothers like to uh, um, imitate what they saw. Uh, hashtag the movies don't do it, but movies don't make you do stuff. But you guys, have you seen the movie Lethal Weapon?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, the
Seen, I think one
there's
of them, but
Yes, I have. I have seen
it's
Lethal
been a
Weapon.
while since I've
there
watched
there's
them.
this
Shane
there's
Black
a
is one of my favorite screenwriters. So,
there's this scene where a car battery is used in the movie as a torture device.
yes.
Um,
That same
the
setup in my
needle,
basement.
yeah. This is where the knitting needles come in. Um, one time, my brothers decided, hey, let's do this. This will be fun. And basically tie my hands in a similar position around a tree branch, and proceed to hook up, a car battery charger to the back of these knitting needles, and see what
Jesus,
see
Dave.
how much shaking could happen. Um,
God.
Yeah, that's a bit beyond okay.
Yeah.
um, I don't know if it was a sexual thing, but one of them into got the idea to, hey, this looks like it could fit somewhere,
Hmm.
and yeah, um, put it somewhere, and then started continuing. So yeah, that was kind of fun. Um,
What if for just for reference, what ages are we at this point for this to
at
be
this
going on for you and
this
him?
is okay. So at this point, I'm somewhere between 7 and 9,
Yeah.
Okay.
which would put my older brother. We were born on the same day, so this would be, but he was 3 years older than me. My oldest brother, I believe, is either 4 or 5 years older than him. So my oldest brother is firmly around 15 at the time.
Yeah, so
my
we're talking about 11 and 15 doing this to a 7 to 9-year-old.
yeah,
So there's definitely a big age gap thing.
Yeah.
In certain
yeah.
respects.
So, yeah. So there's that. Now there's fun things going on in between this. I do remember. I do remember going camping. I do remember going on trips. My grandmother's sister owned property that Disneyland was on, so I must have went to Disneyland hundreds of times before the time, I was a teenager. But those things don't stick out in my mind because they, you know, they just don't. It's one of those things you never remember the good stuff, only the really, really bad stuff.
How memory works is interesting anyway. Like the things we do remember and our perceptions of time also are different too. Like
Right.
a year for a 7 or 8-year-old is a lot different than a year for you or I.
Yeah. And like I said before, I what some of the things that I'm talking about, I have actual evidence for. There's lots of other things that did happen, but I can't say it happened exactly this way, or even if it did. But I still have this, like, my evidence is like I still have the
Literal
scars,
scars, yeah.
the literal scars from these things. Matter of fact, the reason why I'm 5'9", 5'10", and not 6 foot is because my C4 and C5 are horribly mangled and like messed up because I had to heal them from an early age. So I'm that's one of the reasons why I'm like 2 or 3 inches shorter than I should be. At least that's what I tell people. Like, I'm actually taller.
Also premature. Also, like the
Yeah.
drugs have an effect on
Yeah.
on natal development too.
Yeah.
There's a
And I get to thank my oldest brother.
preemie babies tend to be smaller. Like
I get to
tend to be smaller kids. Tend to be smaller adults.
Yeah, I get to thank my older brother for reintroducing me to my heroin um, connection later on after this. But at this point, as far as this age goes, I had a lot of hard times reaching out to people, and I've heard it before when I've tried to explain it to like my now wife and my other people that I've known. Like, why didn't I say anything about it? It's because it always happened when like the people who I could trust were gone, and even the people that I was supposed to trust either helped or allowed it to happen, and I would always get the discouraging remarks from the parental figures that were around me at the time. Like, the everyone knows the classic. Uh, so who do you love, me or my or brother or sister talk that you get with kids? I went to my mom when I was around. I want to say it was around 7 again. I asked her that I asked her she loved me because she got to choose to keep me, because they were my dad was adamant to not keep the idea of me being adopted a secret to me, and to talk to me about it when I had questions. So I knew I was adopted. My If it wasn't for my parents telling me I adopted, my brother sure as hell let me know every chance they could. Um, So I asked my mom if mom, how did I word it? You love me, don't you? Because you got to choose me, right? Now, when you're a parent and you get that, do you love me better than my brother or sister, or who do you love better? You do your best to shut that stuff, shut it down.
Yes.
I love everybody
Yep.
equally.
I love you all equally.
You're supposed
And
to,
it's always known
Which
as a
is
fucking
always
lie.
bullshit. Trust me, as a
You-
father, we have
Oh.
favorites. I will tell none of you. I've told all
You
three of them
sick
they're my
fuck.
favorite at
You
one
sick
point.
fuck.
what she told me is, I didn't take you because I loved you. You were a obligation. I promised your mom
Wow.
that I would raise you.
Damn. That's
I
And
can't be this way.
God, Dave.
now I know that she might have been doing that to really to shut it down. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt that it was just that, but nothing cuts a person in half like that type of uh, that kind of that dismissive line,
Yeah.
and that doesn't help. Uh, reaching out when things are bad. And to top it all off, I'm still not in full control of my body, so I'm still constantly shaking. I
Mm.
already feel like a monster at this point, and that type of, you know, parenting happens.
Yeah.
I still believe she loves me because I had a relationship with her up until 2007. So that would have put me firmly. Yeah, she passed away in 2007, so that would have put it all the way until I was 30.
Mm.
So, and we've discussed things. There was an issue where at some point was able to take agency to myself and didn't allow things to happen. That was mostly when I was, strong enough and old enough. So
So
when that
the abuse from your brothers was a regular occurrence, or like
it, ev- they when my
whenever they
dad
had the
wasn't around,
opportunity.
yeah, whenever my dad wasn't
Yeah.
around was when the horrible stuff happened. But it was always the little, you're not a real person. You're just a monster. You're not even my real brother. Mom's you're not even their real
Yeah.
son. A lot
So
of that
you
sort
get
of
that stuff
reinforcement.
regularly, and when
I
parental figures
I
weren't
had
around,
I
you'd get
had
the like
night
worse abuse. Yeah.
yeah I had nightly soap parties.
Uh,
Um, I whatever chance, like my like when my dad was at work, whenever they come around, they'd like these are people, not only these are guys that are not only like multiple years older than me, but they were built like
bigger
they
as
were
well. Yeah.
built big. Like my oldest brother was like 200 pounds by the time he was like 13, and like big, like muscle, not just fat. And so yeah, they would you call it the knockout game over there in Australia. Every chance they get, like if my head was turned, they just hit me, for no reason, out of the blue. Now I'm not saying I didn't deserve actual fighting, not saying I wasn't a instigator, because I know for a fact I was. uh, I'm not yeah, I'm not saying I'm innocent
Mm.
in the issues, but and trust me, I've had faults. I remember times without a case of trying to get back at them, like they did something, so I did something to get back at them. I would find ways to like steal stuff from, like steal money from my mom's purse, and blame it on my brothers.
Yeah.
You know, the little tiny
Fighting
bully.
back in the only way you thought you could. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and learning how to manipulate us that. And when my mom was around, I would play up the help me, I'm weak mentality to her. Yes, I was small and I was weak, but very specifically to manipulate her, basically to get my way. I got a lot of that type of stuff. Like my mom would give me toys and stuff like that. She would give me better stuff than my brothers to basically make up for a lot of the stuff that happened. Um, so I
Do you think your parents knew what your brothers did?
I I think that there was something up because I must have gone to the hospital. I don't know how many times. Um, I my memory of being young wasn't of actual going to school and stuff like that. It was going to ERs, getting IVs and stuff like that, getting casts, getting stuff like that. So they either I was a very, very, very unlucky person who always fell out of trees out of nowhere, or something was up. But thinking about it now, I did have seizures, so the whole he fell over, that's why he's got
Yeah.
bruises.
Yeah. It's a good
Probably
excuse for any kind of injury. Yeah.
probably was able to hide stuff. Plus, I remember stuff like instead of using a regular hammer, my brothers would use the rubber mallets on my fingers so that it wouldn't leave the marks. They would wrap towels around sticks and bats when they hit me with them, so it
Jesus.
wouldn't leave marks. Um, oh wait, most people don't have those interactions with people.
Yeah.
So you most people probably wouldn't know these things. I think of there's a lot of things that I find very bad, but there was one situation before some of the more egregious stuff that really stuck with me. There was this time because I had a tight connection to one of my cousins, and we lived next to each other. So I remember one time we were playing in our backyard, and I shouldn't say for no reason. I don't know what the reason was. I think he insulted my older brother. So my brother told me to beat my cousin up, or else they both would beat both of us up and throw us in our pool without the ability to swim. So there were several times where I ended up having to beat my cousin up. I think that was the more mentally
Yeah. They're
scarring
trying to
thing
isolate you.
of
You have a
all the
friend, so
yeah.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, I tried to spend as much time with my other family as possible. But then comes in the part that I wasn't allowed to at some point, and I think this is when the cartels started coming into the area. Because I remember some people, like everyone in my family, told me not to associate with certain people that were told were my cousins, and I think they were some of the cartel connections, coming across and infiltrating over. This would be right around the late '80s, early '90s, in at least in Rialto. Um, and this is around the same time that my oldest brother started getting into a gang. And yep, and
Well, he certainly
all his
has.
friends.
Certainly appears to have the temperament for it. So
Yeah. And I was thankful for it because apparently he was getting his aggression out in other ways. This is when the abuse started dying down. So this was the time that I was able to focus more on, like, making friends, doing all that. But this was the same time that I had my issues with Royal Rangers, if you remember the story.
no, I don't. Sorry, Dave.
Well, it was. I told this story about my first sexual experience.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. Uh, this was around the same. This was around the time that happened.
So how old were you then? Were you then? That would you would have been like 13 or 14?
I'd say more around this. It happened in 5th or 6th grade.
Oh, so 11 or 12.
Give or take.
I'd say about that.
Sexual experience is also how you define what that means can be different for different people.
Yeah.
I was in Royal Rangers, which was like very specifically a church Boy Scouts.
Okay.
And this was during the time of the Pray the Gay Away movement.
Mm.
Yep. And being an epileptic, being someone that had spells, every time I'd have a spell, guess what the boys would do? Oh, he's faking. Oh, he's moving weird. Let's kick him.
Hit him with a stick, yeah.
Let's hit him with the stick.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's still alive. So I learned real quick to, whenever we went on like recess and breaks and stuff, to go hang out with the girls and play with the girls. And well, back then, if you played doll or all that other stuff with the girls, that means you're gay.
Yeah. But I don't have that click.
So you got to pray the gay away to you. That's interesting.
Yeah. So one day, every now and because they would leave the chapel open to allow people to come in and pray. The day it happened, I went in and I was praying. The classic. The classic Job confessional, like, why has all this shit happened to me? Was it me? What was wrong? And as I was praying, I heard my commander come in. I believe he was basically the youth pastor come in, and I thought nothing of it. And while I was praying, he came up and put his hand on my back and say, let me pray with you. And he said, and basically asked me if I was praying for forgiveness and all that other stuff. And then I said yes. And then I forget the actual prayer, but I was reciting, to receive, to receive Jesus into my heart. And like halfway through it, I hear buckle unloosen, and then I feel my arm, because I was at a prayer altar, which was basically just a banister, and I feel my hands get yanked. What had happened? He yanked my hands down and tied my elbows to my knees with his belt. and proceeded to have his way with me, and praying at the same time, saying that he's doing this, he is taking the sin on, so that I do not go off and become to sin and sleep with men. That he would rather me hate men for the rest of my life and
The
not commit.
logic there.
Yeah, I'm doing
Yeah.
this for you.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm being gay for you.
Yeah,
It's the truly most self-sacrifice thing I've ever seen.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
those
What a
are the real
saint.
heroes we need. That's the hero we need, but we don't deserve, right? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
And
Like,
I would have gone off and told my family this happened, except I've laid out the groundwork of like my, how could I trust my family?
yeah.
So, and ever since then, I couldn't trust my, I couldn't trust my family. I didn't have many friends. I did have a Drex, but my Drex, same idea. You don't talk like this to your friends. You don't tell your friends this stuff.
Yeah.
My Drex, his name was went by Frank, but his name was Francis Drake, and he hated every time I'd fuck around with him, because he didn't hate me calling him Francis Drake. He hated me calling him Sir, because Sir Francis Drake was a
Yeah.
French explorer, known for his use of at least in the textbooks that we learned it from, was heavily in the slave trade and used slaves. So he hated the fact that he was basically named after him, and that always pissed him off. So I would always call him Sir, not knowing at the time, that's about slavery and shit like that. But I just knew it was a way for me to rib at him.
Get
And
under his skin, yeah.
yeah, he would always
I
cut me
hate when
off.
my friends call me Adolf too, so it's okay.
Yeah. So essentially like that. And he'd always say, "Shut up, you twitchy son of a bitch," because I twitched a lot. And at the time, that really got under my skin. No. What was he? Oh, there was a nursery rhyme that my mom would always say, and he would repeat that because he knew what that meant to me. But yeah, every time I'd go out, my mom would say stop shaking and stuff like that, and then have me recite something that helped me focus, which is a good thing, giving things like that, to help people focus. But the reason why I needed to do it is because I shook a lot. It wasn't done for me to move. It was done to not bring attention to myself. But yeah, that was that issue. I couldn't. It wasn't the fact that it happened. Don't get me wrong. What happened, I didn't like. What hurt me most about it is that I was by myself, and I knew I was, because at this point in my life, I couldn't tell my dad anything, because if I did that, I was afraid of. I knew he would have my back. I had that that was quite clear. But I was afraid that he would disown my brothers. He would disown my mother. He,
Yeah, you were
and
concerned it would destroy your family, yeah.
it would destroy my family. And at this point, I consider myself not worth, not worth
Yeah.
that. So I couldn't reach out to anyone. So very shortly after that, I decided to, every time I would go to rangers, I would skip out after, and ditch every time.
Hmm.
That's when I met my friend, who coincident. Now this is strange, and this is something that's always I've been curious about. Apparently, his dad knew my birth father and family and everything like that. And as when he saw me, invited me to come play with his son. This that right there kind of sounds creepy that someone is around and all that.
Hey, little boy, you want to come play with my kids?
It's not like that. It's not like that. Every interaction with that family has been on the up and up. What I think it happened because he was in Vietnam in the Navy. His stories has gone that far, and that he worked on a aircraft carrier. What I think was that he was a shipmate of my dad's, my birth dad, and that alone could clear up some of the coincidences.
Yeah,
But
there's some camaraderie there.
yeah, but he moved from Colorado to California with his family to like he was specifically going there to keep an eye on me. So I have this sneaking suspicion that the guy that went AWOL on my dad was him.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't, not technically AWOL, but away from
The guy who left your dad to get brain damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's why it
Might
was
also be your real father too.
no. I have since cleared up that situation. I got the DNA checked out.
Okay.
It was just something. It was just something that I always thought growing up when I would think about my parents.
Yeah.
Are y'all dads still out getting milk? Because I still haven't heard from mine.
No,
Well, mine's dead.
Okay.
So
yeah, no, he died. He died with my mom.
I guess about this time you'd be moving into high school.
Yep. Was
your high school experience better than your middle school and
I don't
whatever the hell
know.
you guys called junior school, whatever the fuck, infant
Junior
school,
high. I was.
What comes before middle school? Just school, elementary school. That's it.
Elementary.
So
It's elementary, middle, high here.
yeah.
Yeah. This is where I start coming more into my own. I'm awkward as fuck because, someone with my background, how the hell am I supposed to interact, coherently with people?
Yeah. I'd never noticed that.
I mean, you're on Rikita's server. There's clearly autism. So
Yeah.
that's the automatic diagnosis.
Touch of the tisms.
Touch of
Yeah.
autism.
But at this point, other than being awkward and not knowing how to deal with my hormones and interact with people, there was a couple instances of getting caught peeping under skirts and stuff like that.
There'd also be a lot of trauma. There'd also be a lot of unmanaged trauma there as well.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I think that's where a lot of it spurns from.
Yes, fuck them normies anyway, Tim. And Costi is correct. Autism is a superpower.
Yes. I
can confirm.
I start getting into more sports and whatnot. even though that I'm very, I still have, I'm still a short motherfucker, you know, short skinny guy. Um, I excelled in a lot of the pain related sports, so football and shot put and stuff like that. So I start diving more into that, but right as I start thinking I understand how to deal with things, um, is when my oldest brother starts getting into drug dealing. Um,
Did
and
he try dragging you into it too?
he didn't just try
Oh, okay.
it. Yeah, and it wasn't a hey, would you like to try something? No, this that I wished I had the my brother was that helpful. Um, I want to say 13. Um, my brother had taken me to a abandoned warehouse in town, and by taking I mean like beat me up until I was unconscious, and I woke up in one of the classic the
So the field.
school desks, and my hands were tied to the desk.
So it's just a field trip, is what you're saying.
Yeah, just a field trip. And he
Okay.
A field trip to a local factory.
just a field trip to a factory, yeah. And I don't remember exactly what he was saying because it was all in Spanish. Now, you would think me having a big, Spanish family that I was fluent in Spanish. But like I said, my family were very anti-Hispanic. Like they wanted to disassociate completely. So I couldn't pick. I understood what like maybe 20% of what he was saying, and then he had gotten out a syringe and he said, "Okay, now I need you to do something and tell me how this tastes." And
Oh, you got free product, dude. Your brother's so nice.
yeah, what it was is that he
Sorry, I
had
used dark humor.
yeah, he had he was using me as a tester to make sure that the stuff that they got in wasn't cut with something in such a way that it would kill people, or it was
Well, that's bad for repeat business. So.
yeah,
Yeah.
or it was too pure, because if you get pure heroin,
Great
you
shit.
yeah
Allegedly.
you overdose.
Oh yeah, the dragon comes and takes you and flies away.
Yeah, and I still fight it. This is about the time, like I said, I started developing muscle. I was good at sports and all that other stuff. I kept trying. I almost got away, but him and his friends held me down, and instead of putting it where they wanted to, they said, "Don't move, or you'll go blind."
Holy
And
shit.
and injected me into my eye.
Damn.
Why?
It was my brother.
So that was the best route for the. Okay. Not how I would do my heroin or test my heroin batches on people, but I'm not an expert.
So
yeah, you're supposed to go between the toes.
Yeah.
Well,
again, allegedly.
And so you right there in the eye. Ever since then, I will not. I don't like people fucking with my eyes. Because it wasn't just one shot; it was like 2 or 3 on both sides.
That's pretty universal, Dave.
No, I mean, yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, you have a very good excuse, but it's pretty universal.
I specifically know that's specifically where it comes from for me.
I mean, I had PRK where they burnt my fucking cornea off, or technically they scrubbed it off and then did the laser eye surgery.
Yeah, I can't.
So, like,
I can't do that shit.
it was
I can't.
great. Fucking, I love not having glasses anymore, but it was weird to have them use like this toothbrush like thingy to fucking scrub my cornea off. It was weird.
Yep.
Yeah, it was really. It took less than 5 minutes for the procedure. Like, it was in and out like in 5 minutes, but still fucking weird.
But yeah. And
Sorry,
so
segue. I'm bad at that.
no, it's okay. Some of the times the tension needs to break, so it helps.
I was going to make an in and out in 5 minutes, Jack, but
Listen, it happens to
Might
all
be a bit-
men
might be a bit
sometimes.
too dark.
All men sometimes. Leave me alone.
Actually, that it kind of comes up a little bit later.
We're
So I
going deep
spent.
tonight.
Yeah,
I'm not going to make a joke about that either. Going deep.
So my first, I'd say, 4 years of high school was a blur. I somehow managed to keep C average, even though I did like hardly any homework or and stuff like that. I
Well,
killed.
that's
the
good.
test.
If you don't remember it, it usually means that nothing incredibly awesome or incredibly terrible happened.
Well, I was constantly high because it wasn't just the one time. At this point, I was full on addicted. So much so, when I took once the pain of being, of everything wore off, and the drugs started kicking in, it was almost as if something was missing in my life until then, and I felt whole.
Yep. Drugs are a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
It wasn't the fact that I was high. It wasn't the fact that I didn't feel pain. There was just something. It was like the reason, the way I developed in my mom had built such a dependence on the chemical itself that it was like literally getting the first, basically, mother's milk. It was like something was finally whole with it.
Yeah. It's the where you've been all my life. Where, like, being able to feel normal.
Yeah. And yeah, so I was pretty much high for all the way up until sophomore year. No. What is it? Freshman or junior? So yeah. Sophomore year of high school. And I decided, because I was going through a lot of stuff and I was jonesing really hard. I couldn't wait until the next batch, the next shipment came in for my brother, and I managed to get into his stuff. And apparently, I don't know how much it's worth, because strangely enough, I've never been a drug dealer in my life. That's one job I haven't had. But apparently I took about $1,000 worth of his stuff beforehand, and to get back at me, he decided to make an example to all his little pushers and several other people that were his testers. And have you seen the movie American Me? I do this because this is how my brain thinks.
American
American Me with Edward James Olmos.
Oh no, I haven't actually.
I say this because his gang name was Spanky. He was named after a character in that movie who was I forget the actor's name, but a big fat white guy that they all called Spanky, which is a reference to our gang, the Little Rascals. But yeah, he proceeded to initiate me the way you would think gangbangers initiate people into the gang. But this wasn't to be part of the gang. This was to teach me a lesson. And it started off with a mop. And in the same factory.
I don't know what kind of fucked up gangs you've experienced, but that's not typically how you're initiated into a gang.
No, you did.
Was it a bunch of men wearing assless chaps? Is that the kind of gang? I mean, I'm just asking questions here. I'm just correctly thinking here.
Did they dance at the Blue Oyster?
You get jumped in, yeah. You get jumped in for guys, but when women become part of the gang, you get gang raped.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I joined my gang.
Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't have been as bad, except my brother decided to be the first one, and B didn't do me the service and take the mop out.
Oh.
It sounds like your brother has some underlying issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like a lot.
Means you're gay.
Not even gay, just like other issues. Like what is like one of the fucking first things I'm seeing, like looking at this from my perspective, is there is this hatred almost, or this intense, like, don't get me wrong, siblings do stupid shit to each other. Yeah. But the level and severity of the shit your brother has done just seems to go above and beyond anything that would seem.
I can tell you where it started and why it started, at least as from an analysis point of view. It probably started when I was adopted, but not just adopted. At that point, especially when my dad was around, because he's also had like issues with my dad, whatnot. But I think it was jealousy of me being adopted, and as soon as I was adopted, when people were around and when it was visible, they were always over like
doting on
give
you.
me affection and whatnot, because I was special, because I was special and I was the youngest.
Ken's right. That does. It feels like it's more than that.
It stood out to me from like the beginning, like just from the parts I was able to gather while I was not on the stream, and just from listening to the stuff since I've been on the stream, the intensity of the issues is just something like, I don't know if there was any, because I know obviously you've dealt with your health issues and shit growing up. I don't know if he felt that took away from his childhood. Not that it justifies it, but
it feels beyond
well
resentment and jealousy. Like it feels.
I don't remember the specific like additional help for my health. All I remember of those things are going to the hospitals and stuff. I hated the one hospital that my grandmother would always take me to whenever my dad was gone, because they would do weird stuff that the other hospitals wouldn't do. And I still have a scar on my temple from it. That it like builds up. But regardless, I don't know if that it might be issues similar to resentment as far as that goes, because I don't remember the like when I went into the hospital. I just remember the hospital visits themselves. and so I don't know the back end of it, like the background like stuff to keep me, the maintenance stuff. I don't remember that stuff. So it very well could be that, what's it called? There's God, I hate forgetting the terms, but when you go around taking care of a sick and invalid, like a partner or someone, and you just can't wait till they're dead, so that you don't have to continue.
Yeah, you care about them, but you want them to be gone because I understand. Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of
I understand what you're talking about, yeah.
that, but in a different bent, maybe. Don't know. But yeah.
Some people are just bad seeds. So
I don't always like to think that way. I try to look at it as some people have. You have the nature and nurture, and you can deal with the negative nature if you do it right and at an early enough age. But I don't think that happened here, for several reasons. But
My dad
also,
was always gone.
that too doesn't help.
I mean, he was doing it for the family, so I understand. But he was always gone, so that part of the authority was missing.
lack of a strong male role model can do some serious long term damage to
Hey, look,
male
Drexel's here.
children, even female children.
Sorry, I couldn't help make the Drexel joke. So. Also, I got confirmation that apparently Critical K was watching my stream earlier. She's a bit upset on Twitter right now. One of the people that was in my chat.
Lol.
Alyssa apparently pissed her off because she's on Twitter tagging Alyssa or something. And it wasn't about anything she's tweeted recently, so it was only shit she must have said in my stream, in my live chat. So, thanks for watching, Kay. Sorry to sidetrack.
Hate.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking doing the shit out of it. I don't care. That's just fucking hilarious to me. So,
yeah.
Thankfully, that level of incompetence is not here, I would say. I think you got Thermo's a good guy. You got Catnip Dave is a good guy. Okay. Catnip Dave here sharing his history of, awful shit that's happened in his childhood.
Yeah.
And people wonder why I try to talk about shit like this. Because it's actually important. It serves a purpose. I'm not here to just do it for fucking shit and giggles.
Well, it's good for Dave to get it all out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I've been needing to do this and put it somewhere more permanent than my head, because my head's not going to be able to keep it much longer. So I've been wanting to do this for a while, but I just haven't been able to.
I know I've been trying to, just my whole life, like the last 8 months, it felt like fucking crazy. I haven't forgotten about wanting to do this stream with you. It's good that Thermo gets it. Thermo's probably a better host than I am. So.
Lies.
But yeah.
Okay, then you're not. You're a shitty host. You're a shitty host.
That's
sorry.
right. I'm a shitty host.
There you go. I'm sorry. How dare I offend you by calling you a decent person?
In comparison to you, Ken, I'm but a mere amateur.
Please, I'm not. I am not worthy. I mean, I guess I'm worthy of my FBI investigation, but other than that, I'm not worthy of any kind of. I just do what I think is the right thing. Doesn't always work out. I pay the price for it sometimes, but I do what I think is right. So
yeah, well, that's all we can. That's all we can ask of everybody.
I mean, it's just generally a good way to, I think, handle most things in life. Yeah. It usually works out.
But,
well, let's move out of high
continue,
school.
Dave. Yeah.
Well, that issue happened for like roughly 6 hours, but it was nice of them to help me out. Got rid of the mop after about the first hour and a half. So, that was the day that I realized that there is that cliche, hidden back alley medical clinic in every town, because I was able to at least seek medical help, because during the issue, that issue still haunts me to this day, because the scarring from the mop, from it perforating my intestines, has
Oh.
caused it has caused what I call chronic diverticulitis, because whenever I eat, food gets caught in the scar tissue.
Yeah.
So sorry, I digress from there. I'm trying to.
I just don't like getting to the point where you would do that to your own sibling, or just having people do that shit in general. Like, I get gang initiations and shit because of that, but
No,
holy fuck.
he hated me with the passion. I don't know why.
Did you like Amber Heard shit on his bed? Kind of. I mean, that was a dog, obviously, but like, did you just like shit on his bed and like when you were a kid, and it's just like fucking, like maybe you did shit on his bed. I don't know.
I could have.
But it's.
I could have. Not that I know
Are
of.
you sure you didn't? Is the question. Like,
Tim's right there. They're brothers. Long past any sibling bond.
oh no, I mean, it's clearly a good relationship. Like, I don't know why you guys. This is as good as Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's relationship. They were a healthy relationship. I don't see why you guys don't see it. Just not sexist and whatever.
You just don't understand. You just don't understand.
You just don't understand. You're not critically thinking.
Hang on, I need to get my whistle.
I'll get you whistle, yes, please.
Before I ended up not actually graduating high school.
There's no sin in that.
Yeah.
No, don't worry about that.
Because I had an issue where I sat down, told my PE coach that I felt a seizure coming up. I knew it was going to be a bad one because I got the aura. And
oh yeah, you can feel it coming.
Yeah, and when it happens and I'm not triggered and I feel it, it's going to be a bad one.
Yeah,
and
my wife has seizures, and she she feels like her head sort of start to go back. She feels it coming. She says it's a bit like a sneeze.
So I sat down on a chair and put my head against on the back of the wall, but I was at PE, so I was outside. And one of the students, it was one of the girls who I think I pissed off. I don't know. Being a stupid, kid, ooh, cootie, that type of reaction. So she thought I was faking it to get out of PE, and was upset and went to wake me up and ended up taking my, pulling a chair out from underneath me while I was having a seizure. And that was the first time I had my neck broken that didn't involve my brothers. I feel sorry. She ended up quitting school, and it traumatized her because she, it wasn't like she was being malicious with it. It's one of the first times that this type of interaction I've had where the person didn't actually, want something done to me for it. So that surprised me, and I still feel sorry for her to this day, because it probably is a long-lasting trauma thing. Because from what I remember, she thought she killed me.
It was like a prank, is what she was trying to do, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it was just a prank. She was like, "Come on, haha, you don't get out of PE that easy. You got to come with us." ended up knocking me off the chair. And while I was in the middle of a grand mal seizure, with my head against the wall, and my body basically drops out from underneath me. My head
Damn.
wanted to stay up. So it is what it is.
I could see that causing someone issues, especially if they weren't intending
Yeah,
harm. People tend to take on blame for shit that isn't necessarily their fault too.
Yeah, yeah, and she this would have been. I want to say it would be about. I was 17. This would have put her right around 15, 16. So yeah, I would have really, been very traumatic if nothing else. So around this time, after I've healed up a bit, and strangely enough, I don't remember long periods of like braces and stuff like that. I don't want to say I've had like Wolverine healing or anything like that, but I just don't remember the healing from the being in the cast when I had these issues. It's like my brain just decided things didn't, basically I went away for the healing process, I guess. That could be why I was diagnosed with DID.
Oh, you have a true DID diagnosis?
Yeah, I have a true DID. I don't have a specific, like, I've never been told that I'm bipolar, or that I have multiple personalities or anything like that. All I remember is being diagnosed and with having disassociative events and behaviors is how it was described to me at the time. Because I was, I have, this would have been 80s, 90s. So it would have been that type of terminology.
I mean, given the severity of the trauma that you've talked about during your childhood, it wouldn't surprise me if you had not just dissociations in general, but DID. And not, especially the hard part is not knowing if you're presenting with like alters, because that's hard to tell.
I know specifically that I don't have alters as much as I have moods, because I've caught myself not just doing, like, interacting with people like I normally wouldn't. Like, I'd be interacting like, why am I saying this? I don't talk like this. To the point where, like, sometimes, not that I have like a different accent, but the way I speak to people, like the actual
different cadence,
it's completely different. But I chalk that up to, how should I put it? It's going to sound like weird. We were discussing about this the other day. Some people have inner monologues, like when they're thinking about something, they can like hear themselves think about it first.
Yeah.
There's times where I'm thinking about something and it feels more like a dialogue. Like, I'll get one aspect here and then another aspect at the same time.
Okay.
So I don't think it's like full on like alters and whatnot. More as, I consider it more like moods. Like, that's how I see it. So,
No,
but yeah,
that's the association doesn't have to be the true.
okay.
Like different identities. Like, for example, I've talked about it a lot because it's a really good example. Is I had a client of mine go into basically a dissociated state in the middle of June, at some point in June, after getting triggered and I don't say that in the internet, like the true like trauma trigger, where
No,
they
I
thought they were being abused again, and it caused them to regress, think they were being hurt by the person that had allegedly abused them, and it was full on like threw me for a loop. Like I was like, "Fuck, what do
yeah.
I do?" Because I had no idea. I had never dealt with it to that degree. Like that was new. I was figuring that shit like, and that was just one. That was a kid, and that was tough.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would figure it out. But it is something that you can have different levels of
I
um, presentation with.
the I know it get. I know when it's bad when I'm beating up my wife. After I have had a seizure and I'm post-ictal, I've uh, I've caught my. I shouldn't say I've caught. Uh, I've not beaten her up, but I have aggressively. I went at her because I thought I was kidnapped. And I was about ready to be molested and or raped because I had regressed
Back to the
mentally to being like a 10 or 12-year-old, and I was screaming, "Where's my mom?" And
yeah.
by the time I was got married, my mom had been dead. My birth mother, sister, my aunt had been dead for at least 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, I've had those situations. That's I kind of have that's yeah, kind of some of those issues. So,
Well, that'll definitely, like I would say, those kind of things will definitely do it. Like
Yeah.
just the kind of history, the different events during your childhood you've talked about. Those are all super severe issues. Those aren't things that like, oh, I not to like minimize like a specific type of trauma, but like, oh,
no,
so and
yeah.
so did this and it was upsetting, or I got mad about it. No, this is like I had this horror like physical, sexual, emotional abuse, like that level of shit.
Yeah.
You're getting the kind of response that I would see here, like the type of mental health issues that can come from that are like numerous. Like I don't even think I can list them all. Like
Mm.
that like you get so much horrible shit just from that. Like it's not an easy thing to deal with, to put it bluntly. Like, sorry, I can continue there.
Yes. So, after I left after I quit high school, this is no, I can't put everything together because like I've said before, it's kind of hard. But I remember being confronted by my brother again, but it was at home, so wasn't quite the same veracity of stuff, but it was he tried to assert control, and at this point, I was done being controlled, just done. Um, I ended up getting into a fight with him because it always got physical. Uh, but this was the first time I asserted myself and did not want to do it. And I ended up beating him in, near death. Um, and I blanked out in the middle of doing it because I remember fighting. I remember uh, him saying something, and next thing I know, I'm standing over him, and he's got a broken arm, uh, and this is my. I'm not a doctor, but when your elbow is inverted the wrong way, something's
Oh,
broken.
Mm.
yeah. Oh, that just
Yeah.
it sounds painful.
Um, and I just take off. I leave. I don't even grab a pair of change of clothes, and I just run. I end up somehow getting to Pasadena. So if those who are familiar, I live closer. I lived in a small town near San Bernardino, and made my way to Pasadena, which is like over some mountains. Like it's like at least 50 miles away.
That's a long distance.
Yeah, and I don't remember if my perception of how long it took was like it happened in the same day. But knowing like the possibilities, it probably took me like 2 or 3 days of just running. Running, getting tired, getting up and running. So I have like my my memory of the perception is like an entire week is just gone. Like I don't even know that like from leaving to calming down, figuring out where I was, like at least an entire week had been gone. And I
That's a long
spent,
time.
yeah, I spent the next year under bridges and eating out of trash, eating out of the trash and whatnot. It's the same time.
Freeganism.
Yeah.
How old are you at this
is
point, Dave?
Oh, I'd say this is right around. Would be right around 18, 19. This would have been the same time I got the job at the strip club.
I'm assuming as a stripper, right?
Is it the spearmint rhino or the?
This would be the spearmint rhino. I worked as a busboy, but
Okay. It's okay. You're with friends. You can tell us the truth.
No. It was like every Thursday and Sunday was ladies' night, so I would also dance and get money that way.
Called it.
Shake ass, watch yourself. Shake ass.
And it was weird. Sunday was when when ladies' night also had guys show up as patrons. So I guess
Get that butt.
Yeah. So yeah, the time spent here at this time, I managed to make my way back. During this time, I managed to basically squat with another one of the female dancers who coincidentally lived in Rialto, my hometown, and she went back home. And this is how I came home. Apparently I had left a message with somehow between leaving and getting to where it was getting, I let my family know that I filled my family in on it, so they weren't surprised when I where'd I go. But I ended up coming back, and what was it? I came back and at this point my brother was in jail. Well, both brothers were in jail, but my oldest was gone for a long time for gang related stuff.
Well deserved.
Yeah, and this is when I started. It's almost, my dad had treated me as if no time had gone by, and it was like I just picked up from when I left. At this point, he was home most of the time because he essentially retired from the Air Force, the National Guard. he would later be redeployed, going back part-time. But he was done going on TDYs, and he was basically just doing the maintenance part once a month and whatnot. And this is about the same time that I decided to try to be in the military. Because everyone in my family, in every generation, there's been at least I've said the name before to people, so I'll just dox it. There's been a Garfinkel in the military for every generation, all the way back to World War I. Even to the point that Garfinkel is my dad's last name, so I consider myself a Garfinkel as far as this goes. My dad's dad was Abraham Garfinkel. Very, very Jewish name, because he was the first enlisted first Jew to enlist in the U.S. Army, and he was stationed in the Philippines back in World War I, to the point that he was there in World War II when the Japanese came over and invaded the mainland, and he was the oldest survivor of the Bataan Death March. So I feel a strong connection to the military because of it, because I figure that the reason why my dad had treated me the way he did, because he also instilled, different aspects. He taught me how to be, what a man is supposed to be, and I think I'm the only one between me and my brothers that actually listened. And I decided to enlist in the Air Force, because that's the branch my father was in. And so that would be, I want to say I would be 20 at the time. Right around there. So I think that was right around 99 or 2000. It was 2000. Because I ended up phasing out, and I felt so upset about phasing out because 9/11 happened the next year, and I wanted to go back in. And I had some bullshit happen, which really ticked me off. At this point, I've had 0 seizures for like 3-4 years. And I heard that seizures sometimes just go away and you just get cured from it. You just stop having them. So I go into the Air Force without revealing too much information because of clearances and stuff like that. I didn't quite make it out of full boot camp. I did make it into essentially trying out different MOSs. I made it to the classes I was going for my career, but I was still in training and still had to do another year's worth of basic training, because for one thing or another, my squad got in trouble and got held back. The entire squad. I don't know why. I don't remember. And then before I could graduate, I had an issue where I ended up having heat stroke multiple times.
Hmm.
Because it's Lackland, it's Texas,
This
it's
Yeah.
shit's hot,
Yeah, it's
dude.
hot as
I
fuck,
went to
yeah.
I went through Lackland in June, July, and August. It was
yeah,
shit.
it was hot as hell, and I grew up in the high desert, like where yes, it gets hot, but it's dry. You don't swim in your sweat. Um,
Fair enough.
and and to see what was going on, I went to the infirmary, the hospital, to check to make sure I was okay. They decided to give me a spinal tap. Now I've had many spinal taps at this point. I know what a spinal tap is by this point. Um, but apparently, the captain or whoever was the doctor was being trained to do it because he had never done it. So what I think what was going on is they were using me as a practice dummy for this officer. And the reason why I say practice is because when he went in at an angle and hit the spine, the bone, and broke the syringe,
Ah.
broke the needle. They
Owie.
fished it out, but the procedure needed to be done, so they went in it again. He went in, and he didn't. He finally got purchase in between where you're supposed to go in, and got it in. He went in a little bit too far. He didn't puncture the spine, but he grazed the spine with the needle. And that I've never felt pain like that ever. And this is with all the other stuff I've had. This was probably the most intense pain I've had. Um, that alone isn't why I couldn't handle it. Um, what they did was they pulled it out, and what you're supposed to do, like I said, I've had many of these, so I know what the procedure is. You're supposed to take blood from another source, set it to the side. Once you pull out, you put the other needle in, and you put blood basically over the hole you made. You make what is called a blood patch. That's to keep your spinal fluids from leaking, which gives you a when that happens, one of the things that happens is such intense migraines, spinal headache. Even the fact that they didn't do that, and I ended up having a leaky spine, leaking spinal fluid, that itself wouldn't have been a problem. But they sent me back without a physical training waiver. So I get sent back with a, 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 a massive headache, basically a bruised spine, and a leaking spinal fluid, and I was expected to continue full duty for the next week, and I broke down. And they ended up sending me to the psychiatrist, basically the psychiatrist for there, to figure out to make sure I wasn't going to be 5150 and like try to shoot, go full metal jacket, to make sure I was safe to go get put in the medical dorms and ready to be phased out, because after that, they decided that between me not wanting to stay there because I was in massive pain, they decided that, oh well, I don't cut it because of this, and went ahead and basically shipped me out. I had to wait like another 2.5, 3 weeks before I was released. I was not dishonorably discharged, and I was not. I forget the term, but I was not considered. Like I said, I was not considered not 5150. What I have was what was told to me a uncharacterized discharge,
Yeah, so not other than honourable,
just gone.
separated.
And I spent some time in. From there, the money that I actually did receive, I ended up spending on. Oh, I've skipped some stuff, but I'll get back to that in later. I ended up spending it on a whole bunch of nerdy shit. I took my last. I ended up walking out with like $4,000. By the time I got back home, I had like. Well, by the time I got to Las Vegas, I had like 500. I then took that 500 and turned it into another 1,000. So I had $1,500 to then use to get an apartment when I got home. At this point, sometime to go back to the space I missed, the time that I was spent in Pasadena and other towns around there under bridges and shit, I went cold turkey because at that point I was still very much addicted. For those listening, if you're going to stop something, don't quit cold turkey. I think it actually did a lot more damage to me.
Cold turkey is very, very bad. Do not ever stop taking any medication cold turkey without consulting your doctor. I was on a medication when I was younger, and I was switched to a new medication, and the doctor was unaware that there was a physiological addiction to the previous medication, and I went through 2 weeks of the worst withdrawal, like akin to heroin withdrawal, basically.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was bad. And for someone, 14, 15, have to go through that shit, not cool. So yeah. Cold turkey is fucking serious. Don't do it. Not even once.
So, yeah. So, no. So I've covered like that. That is the time that I ended up deciding no more. 2 reasons. Heroin at this time cost too damn much money, so I couldn't have. What money I did get, I was eating instead of wanting to get high.
The price of heroin is too damn high.
Yeah, and I also just it ruined my parents' life. It ruined my life at the get-go. I didn't want it to control me any longer. But once again, at this point, I didn't want to reach out to anyone because you reach out to someone, you get hurt. Period. So there's that. Oh, here we go. So, but yes, on the way back from the Air Force, I start doing the most stupidest shit with my money, buying video games, shit like that, just being frivolous. And I ended up basically homeless again.
Yeah.
Because, an addict's got an addict, regardless of what drug they're
Yeah, we all.
getting into.
If you have that personality,
Yeah.
you will just find something less destructive to be addicted to, like maybe cigars.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, and then I ended up moving back in with my mom and dad at this point.
So this is what, 22?
Yeah, this is right around 22. Actually, it was actually, I'd say, the summer of 21, not 20, not 22, 2001. Sorry,
Okay.
2001. This is just before 9/11. Yeah, I ended up moving back, back with my mom and dad then. Um, trying to 9/11 hits, and I think that life at this point is more or less what I'd consider a normal life, an uneventful life for me. For the people in 9/11, not so much. It was kind of a big party, but things went off with a bang for them. But at this point, my personal life was normal. But when 9/11 hit, I felt so bad. I tried so hard to get back into the military. But once you get discharged, handed a uncharacterized discharge, it's kind of like being, dishonorably discharged. They won't take you back. Um, so I spend like the next 2 years in a funk because beyond already feeling like a waste of a person from other issues. Besides, I feel so bad because now I can't. Let's be quite honest. I wanted to go die for my country. Is what it was. I've already wanted to die a few times. At this point, I wanted to die for a reason. So I spend the next couple years in a very suicidal like malaise, like all besides the depression that I already have, the wanting to die but not being able to die the way I want has basically consumed a lot of my life at this point. I don't even remember meeting my what I would consider my first wife, my first really long-term relationship. I don't know what led up to it. I did, and when it did, she had kids, and it sparked. That's what I can do. I can be a dad.
Well, you can do
And
what your father did, like what your dad did for you, raise kids that don't have a father.
Yeah, I can do that. I can, be that person. But it ended up being, well, it ended up being a Jex pill.
Okay. Yeah.
There was red flags all over the place. There were single mothers, 3 kids, 3 different fathers.
So she's a 304. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole thing. And at this point, okay, she was a bigger girl. She was okay. It was mainly I got roped in with the whole affection thing because my life so far.
Yeah, has,
all
has been devoid of
that's
affection. Yeah,
of affection
feminine
and
affection,
accept.
especially. Yeah.
Well, no. I've had a few here and there that I haven't talked about. Um, um, and I have to go back again to because this has reminded me of some of that. But yeah, she ended up being very nice and sweet for the first couple years, but very very jealous. Because apparently at this time I was a looker. You know, I actually looked good compared to most of the guys there, or so I was told. And she was very jealous of other women. What I know for a fact that is that I was. This was the same time I was uh, officially diagnosed with the seizure condition and gotten SSI. So she, so I ended up having the money that she wasn't getting in. So I basically came into money.
Mm,
And of course, I can't trust myself with money because what's the first thing I'm going to do with it? I'm going to go spend it.
yeah.
So uh, I ended up being with her. So I let her help. You know, we need gas. We need X. We need Y. We need Z here because that's what I was taught to do. That the man provides. But I wasn't taught how to manage money. I was not taught how to even think about budgeting bills and sitting down with the economics of the household.
Yeah.
Uh, so
That's
I
that's something kids. That's something that still doesn't happen. Kids should learn it, but
yeah, it should be a required thing.
Or they
yeah,
Uh,
teach it and don't really understand it.
yeah, but yeah.
and
Economic literacy is super important for surviving in, well, the modern world at least.
Yeah. No kidding.
so we're stable and we have a decent honeymoon period, so it's all nice and all good. And then one of her friends ends up leaving her partner. They weren't quite married at the time, but partner. Um, and it was a part of. She was adjacent to my gaming group, so my nerd fruit friends, and
Mm.
because I knew her, and she was best friends with my girlfriend, my fiance. Uh,
My
we
fiancé.
uh, we let her move in. Well, not move in. We let her stay on our couch, and right away she started doing shit like she's laying on the couch, and I don't go to work because I'm on disability, and I after the military my seizures kicked in like worse than they ever been, um, to the point that my dad has suggested maybe that it made it worse, so you might want to see about maybe suing the Air Force.
Mm.
I'm not I'm not like that. I don't like I, I don't like suing people for my shit like that. Uh, I probably should see about if I have like veteran rights that I can like claim, like if I could be a veteran or not. But I don't know. I haven't done it because it's always been like the last thing I want to do is claim what's it called, stolen valor benefits. Even
Mm.
I hate that whole mentality, the stolen valor bullshit. Uh, but yeah, during this time, she was allowed to stay with us when she had a problem. But she would do shit like go to sleep naked after she got off work, like because she was working like night shifts. She would get to the house, she'd go to bed naked, but be covered up, and then when my fiance would leave for work, and before I got up to, because I would get up and take the kids back, she would wait till the kids went to school, and then, like mysteriously, the blanket was nowhere to be found, but she was like trying to lay naked on the couch, and I did my best to stay away from her at all, like stay in my bedroom, and she just had like the run of the house because of these bullshit maneuvers.
Mm.
And then one day, my wife was working late, and the kids had gone off because she was working at. This is when I was working at the storage facility, and her mom was like the in-house manager, but she was the assistant. So at this point, the kids get dropped off there um, this day at the storage facility, at the house that's built on, and the chick uh, gets back from getting a tattoo, a tramp stamp, and she was, does stuff like, "Oh, can you help me put the medication on it?" and doing the whole bullshit. And I said, "No, it was your fault. You're the one who got it. You can go wipe your own ass with it." Um, and then I remember going to the kitchen, and then a flash out of nowhere, and when I came to from the seizure, I see a camera, one of these newfangled phone camera thingies, because it was about that time, uh, laying on the floor, and the girl was straddling me. Um, so
What the
yeah, this,
fuck?
yep. Um, and I didn't know what to do except call and tell her call my fiance and told her what had happened as soon as I can. At this point, she has told everyone everyone she knew, like my friends and all that other stuff, that I had touched her.
Uh,
This was before Me Too, but the same bullshit.
Not something that you do lightly. You should. That's such a fucking thing to do. Like,
yeah.
Well, I had just my fiance was bragging to her friend before her friend got into her mysterious fight with her partner, that we were getting in some money because I had just uh, uh, the judgment for my application to be disabled came in. The way it works is you start it, and then you keep appealing and appealing until they accept you. Well, like 3-4 years had gone by, and the back payment from when I started had just came in. This is when this whole bullshit started happening.
No, of course. Cha-ching.
Yeah. Uh, so it ends up all over the place. Um, and it ended up being where her, breaking up best friends. But at this point, I was just so thankful. Well, I took my lumps because I had to convince my fiance that I didn't do it. But at this point, my I the oldest daughter I consider my daughter, because she's, while there, she was the first one to call me dad, and not just that, but we actually connected, and there was a bond. There was a father-daughter bond there, and she knew what was happening before anyone else. And every time she would go to school, she would have been what? At this point, she would have been like 16 when when the girlfriend moved in. So she would have been right around 16. So she at this point she can smell bullshit from people.
Yeah.
And she kept an eye on her, and when it came down to, because I think she knew that some Me Too shenanigans was going to happen, and when it broke down, she took my side and kept saying that the chick was constantly doing, hitting on me, constantly like sleeping naked at the wrong times, and she goes, and who sleeps on someone's couch naked unless they want to get fucked? To her mom. And so with her help, calmed her mom down. She ended up breaking up the friendship for like, and here's the thing, only for a couple of years, because things get better, and they get back to they become besties again. It would be right around the same time that she finds X Peeps.
Hang on, what's that?
Yeah, X Peeps is MySpace except for cam girling.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So it's a precursor to OnlyFans.
It's a precursor to OnlyFans, but it really has like a Facebook like functionality to it. I mean, they literally took MySpace, like copy paste the entire format, and then added the cam girl connectivity and porn shit to it. So MySpace, but with porn. And it was my fault because I ended up was browsing and, ooh, well, what the hell is this? This looks pretty cool. Because I'm more of a big fan of. I don't mind sex, but I have an issue with the actual act of sex, because I've noticed that when I finish, and I've said this to myself, said this before, I feel like a monster, because when I finish, I end up having a seizure in the middle, during coitus. And I've actually hurt my partners before because of it. So I have issues, when I get that urge, and I have to release it in other ways. But that still the intimacy still makes it hard for couples if it can't be intimate. But that still doesn't help no matter what she did. She ended up getting on to like be with me, as, hey, we can both do that, yeah. But then she started noticing that there was a audience for girls her size, and it stopped. Yeah, and it stopped with we joining this site and enjoying porn together, to her being a cam girl for other guys and getting those tips. And then she ends up hooking
69 for 69.
Yeah, she ends up.
You guys want to subscribe to my OnlyFans?
She ends up getting involved with one of the guys from there. But hold up, Wait a
from-
minute. Let's
From what
back
from
up.
what I'm hearing, Dave almost got Jack
Cut.
Murphy'd.
Almost. It almost happened.
You're missing
Um,
out, man. It's the fucking alpha chat thing to do.
The Giga Chad, yeah, it's a Giga Alpha
The
Chad.
alpha
Um,
giga chat,
absolutely.
yeah.
This is the same woman
Geiger Chad, sorry.
who convinced me to getting a vasectomy, because uh, uh, I ended up becoming a father or a potential father with her. And of everything that has happened so far, this is probably the one that has hurt me the most emotionally. She ended up becoming pregnant, but wouldn't stop going to the bar even after she was told not to by the doctor. And I pleaded and begged for her not to do it, that if she needed that, okay, if you want to go out and go dancing, we can go out and go dancing to the bar and all that, but you can't be, drinking and all that stuff. And she ended up, we ended up losing my son because of it.
How do you hear that?
And her, when I confronted her about it, I did my best to say, oh, I'm sorry, but we can try again. We can do this other. She said, well, I'm not going to get pregnant again. If I already got 3 paycheck. She used the word paycheck.
Damn, that's fucked.
And she said, and that if she wanted to go out and have fun, no one is going to tell her that she can't do what she wanted to do.
Oof. Mother of the Year.
Based.
We knew it was far along that we knew the gender, and we had I assumed she was just
Are you sure she lost it and didn't lose it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
no, and the result would be the same.
Yeah.
Um.
Sorry, Dave. Didn't mean to pile on.
Oh no, that's okay. Once again, I try to give everyone the most deference. I don't want the world to be that shitty.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
What's
I
the point?
understand the desire to give people the benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
But yeah. And she said, besides, if we would have kept it, he probably would have ended up fucked up like you.
Oh,
Wow.
Jesus.
That's fucked
And
up.
saying
Christ.
that it would have
Disgusting.
problems just like you.
Ah, man, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, which is my condition is based around non-genetic bullshit.
Yeah.
But at this point, I have been beaten down by family members, by the world, that sure, whatever, let's go.
Yeah.
I have been beaten down. So I spent the next 8 years with this woman.
Oh, damn, Dave.
Basically being a beta bitch.
Damn,
The
Dave.
entire time
You stayed with her for 8 years after that.
after that.
Ah, man, that's, yeah.
I had to, because I wanted to make sure that my daughters at least had some sort of sense of what someone who is willing to stick around looks like.
Yeah.
I spent the rest of the time for them. It ended up being that the mom rubbed off too much on the other two, the younger two, because they ended up being just like her in personality. The
So the world gets 2 more 304s.
Yeah, the oldest one, I I haven't heard from her lately, but she went to college, she got a degree, she became a forensic, basically a criminal. I don't know the specifics, but basically one of the CSIs.
Yeah, forensic
Uh,
pathologist or criminologist. Yeah.
and she's doing good. She's had her second child, and she sends me pictures and pictures. You know, as grandpa, I am the granddad.
That's
So
good.
I went through all that shit, and it paid off at least somewhat. Um, so that's the only good part that I can think of that came out of it. Um, what ended up happening is I told her that I put my foot down in 2006, and I told her, we shit's got to change. We've got to be partners. It doesn't matter. Let's figure out what do we need to do to make this right. And she decided that, well, I'm actually making more money doing this, being a cam ho, and we're just going to do this because this gives us the extra money to spend and shit like that. What? And I told her, but we're making it from paycheck to paycheck as it is, and we're taking payday loans to pay other payday loans, other payday loans, just to make ends meet because it's fucking California.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what she ended up doing was calling one of my best friends and saying, "Oh, we're out. Oh, we need. Can you get a loan?" And because we're so this, that, and the other, she did her manipulation bullshit, and made him take out like a $40,000 loan. And I told him, because I knew shit was going to end. I knew what was going to happen. And I told him, look, beforehand, look, don't listen to her what she says. We're fine. I'm just going to get some help from my dad to help pay off these payday loans, and we'll be fine. And he said, "Oh, okay." But he ended up getting the loan and getting it out for me. And as soon as that happened, not only did she leave, she told me she was going to. She told me she was leaving me for a specific person, and that she was going to let him do what she wouldn't let me do. And I said, fine, do whatever the fuck you want. And she took off. She took off with the car I bought. I couldn't drive because I can't get a driver's license. And because I couldn't get a driver's license, I couldn't own the deed. No. She was specifically looking for another baby.
Yeah.
She's told me that she was going to let him.
Well, once they're too old, they're not worth anything anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, she took the car that I bought for the family that she technically owned because the insurance, that's how it works.
It was in her name, yeah.
It was in her name because she was the only one who could drive. So she took that, and she left her kids with me. With me and her mother. So basically my mother-in-law. We were living in the same household at this time. And left me with $5,000 worth of unpaid loans that were coming up. And get this, she said all this to me in front of my mom on her deathbed. She had gotten cancer at this time. And by the time it was her funeral, that was the same day she left for Indianapolis. So, yeah, bitches or hoes.
So after this, is this when you move to PA?
Yeah. I basically start grieving the situation for a bit. For my mom, I missed her. Felt sorry. I could not grieve for her. I felt nothing. I was the only one at the funeral that wasn't crying. Was nothing. That pisses me off. That I couldn't do that. Because yes, there were some things that were missing here and there, but all in all, I loved her, and she was good. She did things for me. There were things missing, but nothing that I can pinpoint that would make me not give a shit that she passed away. Which still bothers me. I can't cry for her. I don't know why. But at this point, I go stumbling around, going to bars, and basically drink my pain away, and this is around the same time that I get taken advantage of again, because at this point I start wearing the bracelets, the medical bracelets and whatnot in case of a seizure. This is what you're supposed to do. And apparently, I've come to find, I don't know if it still exists, but there's a community of people that purposely go out and start seizures with people to ride the seizure, to basically have seizure sex.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And
like a discount Sibian machine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But yeah, I think there's a term for it on Urban Dictionary, but I haven't checked it in a while. It was something fucking funny too. But yeah, there's a community of it. I realize there's a community of it because during the time I'm drinking my pain away, I meet a chick and I just want to dance. I don't want to have sex. Maybe grab a boob or a tush here and there while I'm dancing. Because one of the things I described, taking stuff to help be therapeutic to help me keep from shaking. One of the things that I was really good at was dancing. I made a living off of dancing. I love dancing. I might not always look the best, especially with my health I have now, but I've always enjoyed it. And I took the chick out on the dance floor, knowing that where the strobe lights that they have there, I always avoided those. But I went to go get her a drink after we were done, and when I came back, apparently she used a rape flashlight. I don't know why this is a thing, other than, well, I know why there's a thing to keep to help not be raped, but this was the first time that I've ever heard of someone using it to rape someone.
Well, it is a rape light, so it's in the name.
Yeah. And that's the only reason I can think of, is that she knew I was epileptic because of the jewelry I was sporting, the medical stuff.
No.
And my friend saw me didn't see the full context, but saw the interaction with her, and didn't realize until he saw that I was having a seizure. He came up and went to see if I was okay, saw that I was having a seizure, and that's how the chick got caught, was that I was in the middle of a seizure having sex with her in the nightclub. You might think, what the fuck? Do you let people have sex in a nightclub? It's a fucking nightclub in the bumfuck desert. Yes,
They don't necessarily let you.
Honestly,
they kind of just look
yeah.
to the side.
Yeah, they don't mind if you go fuck in a corner. It's what it comes
They
down
don't.
to.
Yeah,
They know what their
it's-
business model is for the most part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's dark and sweaty. Yeah, people getting fucked there. It's fine.
Yeah, and
We only
yeah.
we like when I did security work, we only cared if you were fighting, not if you're fucking. So
Unless you were
Right.
fighting while you were fucking. Then it's
well,
different.
if you're fighting and fucking, then it's rape. So
Not necessarily. Why are you kink shaming? Damn.
you're I will kink shame you if I'm working security in a club and
Rude.
you're practicing your
Rude.
kink in the club.
Rude.
At least
But,
take it to
yeah.
the bathroom.
Fine. You guys can join me there.
And I decide to. Well, I didn't decide anything. I went to. It was so bad, apparently, that I had to go to the hospital, and I wasn't quite right for like a week. And the only reason why I know that it happened is because I had people there witnessing it. And this was the first time and I'm really upset because this bitch tried to come get me with her child because of it. She said because of the situation, she didn't have my child. I know this because I've already had a vasectomy by this point. But the fact that she was claiming it was mine, so this is the second Me Too from someone who raped me, pissed me the fuck off.
Yeah.
This is she tried to serve me with, threatened to serve me with papers, at which point I pressed rape charges against her.
I mean, it's still technically possible with a vasectomy to still get someone pregnant. It's just really unlikely.
Yeah, and vasectomies can fail.
Yeah, but they gave me the vasectomy clipped and burnt the.
Yeah, I've heard of situations where it heals.
Fail.
Yeah,
it could still fucking undo itself.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Your body can just go,
happen.
that's supposed to be connected, and then it just puts it back together.
Like we're creating a detour around this. We're doing construction.
Well, but yeah, it still ended up not being mine, and it ended up being someone else. And yeah, I ended up pressing charges on her, even though she was, and so she dropped her case for basically child support. And me being the fucking nice retard I am, I dropped the charges, and no one believed. They didn't believe me anyways. So they said, yeah, sure. But I'm just glad they didn't decide to like hit me with like some sort of sanction for false report or something.
They rarely do that, unfortunately. Especially, I mean, even nowadays it's still rare, but it shouldn't be. Someone's falsifying the report. That shit really fucks with people's lives. It pisses me off.
So
sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, that was. Yeah, there was that, and then after dealing with that bullshit, 2009 comes around, My dad has spent the last, like he's kept property in for the most part in California, but he has embraced the RV life, moving from place to place.
Oh yeah, van life. Yeah.
Yeah, so the van life for this. So he wasn't around when I got hit, basically raped for the second time. He didn't. I didn't tell him about the first time. I shouldn't. Well, technically, I didn't tell him about any of the times. But I just didn't. I kept most of the bullshit to myself. And right around 2009, one of the things that I had gotten that was part of my packet was the safety helmet, and I never wore it because it makes you stand out that something is wrong. And of course, what happens when you're a target? People will target you for it. So I end up makeshifting it into something else because I was surprised by my friend when he just decided to he knew I was down, so we took a road trip. I didn't know where we were going, but we ended up and he told me to bring the helmet. We ended up going to the the Star Wars anniversary like celebration thing. This would have been several years before the sequel Star Wars movies came out. And I took my helmet that I had made shift into being a one of the helmets from the fuck it, I hate it. Red One. I made it look like one of the props from the movie. And I ended up going and getting as many signatures from everyone that had played a role in any of the Star Wars. What I got lucky is that Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill were there.
Nice.
Nice. You got the big three.
Yep. I ended up having a seizure on my way to there at the chick that played. Yeah, at the chick who played Shock T, which was one of the characters in one of the prequel movies. But she was an EMT, like as her day job, and so I ended up being helped by her in front of the actor who played Greedo. So I got that story. But what ended up helping me out is they basically allowed me to come back and see everyone there. And I ended up getting the big three, actually the big five, because Anthony Daniels and the guy who didn't play R2-D2 but made the original costume and it was for R2-D2 was there. So I got all the signatures there, and I sold it. I probably should have kept it, but I ended up selling it on eBay, and that funded my move out to PA in 2009.
Oh, nice.
And
so you have Star Wars to thank for your move to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was conceived on opening day of Star Wars in 1977.
I mean, it was the prequel that he has to thank for it. So, I mean, do we really want to kind of give any kind of credence to anything good from the prequel series? I'm not even a Star Wars fan, but I know enough about the prequel series to say, do we want to give any props to the prequel at all?
Well,
no, I
doesn't against you,
looking
Dave. Like
back,
saying.
with the benefit of hindsight now, knowing a fair bit about Star Wars, with the benefit of hindsight, the prequels aren't that bad.
Yeah, the sequels are
like the sequels made the prequels look better.
You don't like a strong woman.
The strong woman,
empowered.
yes.
Yeah, you don't. You fucking
As a husband of a strong woman and a father to two of them, I don't like strong women.
Yeah, it's obvious. You
So,
don't have to tell us. We can tell.
granted, the strong women in my life don't have beards.
I mean,
yeah,
Rey is clearly the only Skywalker that matters at this point. So
That's
she's
right.
a Palpatine. Fuck you.
Yeah, Ray
whatever,
Palpatine.
same thing. I don't care. I told you I don't fucking watch this shit.
But yeah, thanks to that, it gave me enough spending money that gave me enough money to make the trip out here and to do all that, because my friend, who was the son of the guy who basically the son of my birth dad's crewmate, moved out here, and I hadn't at this point I hadn't seen him for like close to 20 years, and I had moved out here to hang out with him, and I purposely left to make it out here during winter time for a specific reason. And it just ended up being like one of the biggest blizzards in like the last decade or so. But I came out to not to live stuff up. I came out to say my goodbyes to the people that were like really important to me. It was supposed to be my last hurrah, and I was going to go walk out into a snowdrift somewhere. That was my plan.
No.
And I was very specific, in particular with it. I made certain that I didn't pack any winter clothes on purpose for that for that specific reason. But once I moved out here, I spent about a month with my friend and his family, and just the change of pace entirely. I never knew that there was a place where people who don't know you would just wave. Just wave, say, "Hey, how's it going?"
Yeah.
Which was strange. Growing up in Southern California, growing up in the barrio, you say, being as white as I am, you say the wrong thing to the right person, and you're not walking away from that situation.
Yeah.
So it was weird. So I decided to give it at least another couple months just to see how things were. Basically, treat myself to a vacation. So I did just that, and after a while, it stopped. I stopped wanting to take those walks by myself out into the woods, and just start picking back up and living life again. And that was 2009, right around August of 2010. I start to get lonely, and I decide maybe I should try dating again. Maybe that might help. And I go on plentyoffish.com, and just not trying looking for anything, and I end up connecting with a few people.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, or just, hey, how you doing?
Hey, how's it doing? One of them tried to make it a nudge, nudge, wink, wink, but
But no one raped you, right? Like you weren't.
no one raped me, but it was quite obvious what the type of what the character of person they were. One went and just flat out did meth in front of me on our date. just pulled it out of her pocket and just, like she had it there. It's like,
You
I
said she
walked
pulled
home.
out what again?
Meth.
Meth.
Oh, okay. That's a great date.
Did she at least offer to share?
Yeah, did she share? Did like sharing is
No.
caring?
Soon as she pulled it out,
Kick that bitch to the curb.
I walked home. She drove because I can't drive. So I just walked home. I walked 20 miles back to my place through the woods. Said fuck it.
Was it uphill both ways?
No.
Was it
just-
uphill both? Okay.
No. It was just
15 miles to the stove, uphill both ways.
where I was at. It was a little town. If you wanted to go anywhere good, it was way out. You've been in Pennsylvania, Ken, so you kind of
Yeah.
know what it's like.
I'll be going back there soon for
Yeah.
a couple days or for a few days. Been like 5 years since I've been back, and I hope it's not fucking cold, because my body is adjusted to the Florida weather, so this is not.
It's not bad. It's right around 40 right now.
Oh fuck me!
Yeah.
God damn it, that's cold.
During the midday, it gets up to like 50 something right now.
Sounds great to me.
No. We're speaking in freedom units. You're speaking in.
I know. I know
Okay.
you're in freedom units. 34 is
Okay.
0. So 40 sounds great.
Yeah. No, it doesn't sound great. Do you realize what temperature it is right now at my house? Like, let me fucking
70,
wander
70,
around it real. Let me
75.
wander around it real quick. The fucking current temperature at my house is 75 degrees. Right, it's 75 degrees, and I think the cold. It's remember November 6th right now, and the low tonight is 74. So it's
Yeah.
not
Now-
going.
Right
The
now
lo-
at my
like-
house, it is 69.
Noise.
Pinky.
It's already done light snow here, like a couple weeks ago.
That sounds
Jesus.
fucking awesome.
No, I moved away from the snow for a reason. No,
So
you sick son of a bitch! Stop. It's just
So,
not
but-
okay.
it doesn't seem to be like snowing anytime soon. But if it does, if it does,
Tim's
quote,
right.
unquote,
40
rain,
degrees. 40F is t-shirt weather.
Yep.
No, you guys are sick.
Hey, I still love desert weather where it's like 110 in the daytime and like 10 degrees at night. I'm fine with that. It's the constant like 30 and below during the day that pisses me off.
I will say that the downside of the Florida weather is the summer, which is like 11 months out of the year. We have shut the fuck up. It's like cold, like at least where I live, it's been cold like a handful of days every year. I think it got to freezing one year, like the entire time I've lived here. Like where it was like we actually had to like, I've had to turn my heater on in my house. Like out of every year, I think it's like shit. A couple days out of the year is where I turn my heating unit on. It's not much, and I like that. Although my AC is constantly running, and I keep my house at a stupidly low temperature, like stupidly low, but it works. The electric though hurts, but it's also an old AC, or starting to become an older AC. But yeah, I don't miss the cold. Miss the friends and people, but don't like the cold.
Yep. But yeah, after two dates, I almost gave up, and then I tried a third time, and I met this really nice lady. A bit weird. She red flags went off. She had
Pot kettle.
she had 3 sons, um, uh, two, one, two with one father and one from another. Okay, red flags, but I decided to, try it, and then um, listening, spent some time, and then spent some more time, and then the money that I had spent, frivolously, because I thought I wasn't going to, because I thought I was going to go spend my last winter here, ran out, and I ended up losing my apartment. And she said, "Well, why don't you just stay here? It'll save time, save gas and time for you to come over instead of having to you know, come over all the time. Why don't you just stay here?" And I've been with that woman since, and that was 2010, and we got married in 20, 2000 and third. Okay, she's gonna. Yeah, I always do this. 2013. Yes, 2013, and it was on Valentine's Day. I can't remember when we met. August sometime, 2010. Um, but I've been with her for now, uh, 10, almost 13 years now. So, as far as that goes, she hasn't tried to rape me, so that's a plus.
That's that's always good.
But we have our issues. My biggest thing at this point is, the misconception that I don't know what I'm talking about, purely for the fact that I've had my issues. Basically, that I have seizures. So why listen to me?
Mm.
I get that every now and then, you know. But some stuff I can look, as long as she's willing to put up with me and not like, sure, ask to other men and take off with them. I'm,
As long as she's willing to take it in the butt.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can put up
Priority.
with the little stuff. Not saying it doesn't get to me, but yeah.
Well, look, every relationship is a compromise.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like my wife compromises for me and I compromise for her. It's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is she gives it to you and you take it from her, right? Is that what I'm understanding? Just to make sure we're on the same page?
If you're referring to money, then yes.
No, not at all. I don't know what you're talking about. I think we're talking on two different wavelengths here.
I think we are too.
I think that's your fault. Like you're not receiving it well. I think you need to be better at receiving, or
Not
you might be
receiving at
really good
all,
at receiving.
yeah.
You know, that's the problem. You need to receive better, sir.
That's right.
But yeah.
I'm going to hell.
We all are. Don't worry.
So we're basically caught up on a lot of the at least bullshit of my life. So
The
there's
important
other
question,
things.
though, the important question that everybody needs an answer to, Dave, is where you are right now. Are you happy?
That is a good question.
No, but it's not anyone. It's no one's specific fault per se. It's mostly this past year or so. I've been hit with like one thing after another.
Yeah,
That
you've had a very bad run. Yeah,
just I've been looking for that W. Just give me that one W. That's all I need, and I can keep going. One of the things that has really helped me is, well, I started streaming with you guys.
yeah.
I enjoy that a lot. Yeah, and so that's made things better. I'm at a new at my newest job that I'm at today, not today, but right now, I get some of the hand holding, walking in eggshells bullshit from my boss. But the fact that she's willing to do it that way, it's refreshing.
Yeah.
Like she's
Rather than just go, oh, he had a seizure. Sorry,
Get him out.
You gotta go. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
And look, yep, Tim's right, man. You got a fancy cat mask. That's a pretty big W.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Again, priorities.
But yeah. So yeah, right now I hate having to say this because I don't want, because it's kind of cheesy and all that other stuff, and I'm just waiting for that chance to figure out how to make enough ends meet that we're okay instead of everything gone, by the end of the month. Right?
Yeah,
now.
you want to feel like you're getting somewhere, rather than
Yeah.
just treading water. Yeah. No, I appreciate that completely. Yeah.
And
Man, like I'm single income household. Like everything keeps getting more expensive. My mortgage keeps getting more expensive. Like it's
you're right.
It's hard. Everybody's under pressure.
Only so many OnlyFans subscribers. I understand
That's right.
the feeling. I get it.
I can only shake my ass so hard.
Have you tried CheddarBait?
That's for VTubers. Fuck you.
No, you can be
No, I don't want to
on
talk to
Cheddar.
people.
You could be on CheddarBait and make a ton of money doing
No,
shit like donations for vibrations of your sex toys.
But I know that there's an audience of weebs out there. So those who know what I was talking about, those who know.
Oh,
So
no.
I'm
Unfortunately.
I'm what is it?
Oh God, Jim, send me the link. I won't go in the
There
snow,
you go.
but
You'll
I'll
have
watch
at least
you.
one
I'll
free
watch
sub.
you do it. Yeah.
Maybe
I'm really desperate. 99 cents.
maybe I should film lawnmower
Lawnmower repairs.
repairs. Yeah.
Listen,
I
you
think
would be
that
surprised
would
at
end
what
up.
people.
That wouldn't be OnlyFans. That'd be the watching people almost die subreddit.
Listen, people have some very unique kinks. As the minister of kinks officially,
yes.
there are some very interesting kinks that people have. And
Well,
with
now
the
that
power of the,
OnlyFans exists, yeah.
no, before only with the power of the internet, a bunch of random degenerate people across the world went, I must be the only person interested in this. Have now found a way to hook up and go, holy shit, we can all jerk off to the same thing. And it's beautiful, apparently. So the internet has made that a whole new experience.
Brought pervs closer together.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends on how you define perv, but
We're all pervs in some way.
yeah.
Yeah. That was the last I've had of the depressing shit. So if there's anything people want to ask that might not be as bad.
Yeah. Yes, Tim. It is a lot of experience talking.
Could you please stop kink shaming me, Tim? I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So yeah, if anybody's got any questions for Dave, we'll kick it over to the chat. I'm assuming that's no. He's not going to stop kink shaming. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, that's
have
probably
questions.
to me. I'm sure there's plenty of questions. That was a lot of history to give. Like I'm sure there's tons of questions, and if not today, I'm sure that there's probably chance for follow-up questions because some people might not be sure how to.
Yeah.
Especially in a forum like this, how do you ask a question like that and not sound like insensitive or rude or stuff like that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I can answer any questions like on specific things that I've talked about, or if you ask me a question like, have I ever done X, Y, or Z? What was my weirdest job or something like that? I can do that too.
Tim wants to know your biggest stripping tip.
Ooh.
Oh, tip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I guess while
the
you were
money,
stripping.
money
What-
received, not tip.
Yeah.
Yeah,
at-
monetary.
Well, if you do kegels,
No. At one time or from the same customer at that night.
ooh, that's a good point. Both. Why not both?
Yeah, both. Let's do both.
Okay.
Give it to us both ways.
$200 was the biggest single gift, and I made
Damn.
in one night from the same person. I made 1,500.
Holy shit.
Oof. I'm in the
I'm
wrong
about to
racket.
go become a stripper.
Yeah.
Why haven't I done this before? Oh, my wife probably wouldn't find that okay. Anyway, I don't know why that would be a problem, but okay. Oh god, I'm going to hell.
He was surprisingly not too aggressive with it afterwards, though.
Sorry.
I'm sure with that much money, there was some expectations to come with it.
Well, there was expectations.
That'll be my guess.
But he didn't push it beyond,
Oh, of course, yeah.
I told him sorry, I'm not into
It
guys.
didn't end up
and-
with a flashlight in your face.
Yes, didn't end up with the flashlight, but I'm
I'm assuming that's an innuendo.
No, I think a rape
No.
flashlight. It's a reference. It's a
Oh.
reference to
yeah.
to earlier.
Strobe light.
Oh, okay.
No, but he was an older guy. He I don't know what it is with people who are older than me thinking I'm gay, but
Means you're
I
gay.
don't know if didn't know I gave off that vibe, but I was appreciative for the money. It paid the bills and whatnot.
It's only gay if the balls are touching.
That's right.
Count Dankula said so. And
Yep.
Count Dankula is God. So
And
you
there's-
could have done
and,
that.
And
it
no,
would have
there's
been
also
okay.
there's an exception if you're both in the same hole.
There you go. That's true. Because otherwise you couldn't do that without it being
Yep,
gay.
that's
So
right.
yes. Thank you for the exception. I almost forgot.
Like,
dare
why
I
is Dank
forget.
not to be trusted?
How? Yeah. What the fuck? Dank, trust Dank. Traps are not gay. Tim just can't understand a real man like Dankula who has smashed the trap pussy. To his own admissions, I believe, from many old videos ago. Shit. What the hell
Well-
just... Oh, sorry. I had an issue with my phone. Continue.
Well, I guess we won't be getting too many questions since there's only three people watching.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be more people watching afterwards. So if you want
Replay gang is strong for a lot of streams. I know myself included.
Yeah. So yeah, if you've got a question for Dave, pop it in the comments. I read the comments because I'm a loser, and I've got
no.
like 300 subs, so it's not like I get a lot of comments. So pop the question in the comments, and I'll get Dave to answer it.
This could be.
I will make him answer it, or I will get the
Yeah.
flashlight out.
Tell me more about how you're going to make him answer it.
I just said I'll get the flashlight out.
God, keep going. I'm almost there.
Jesus, Ken.
But this could
I'm
be like
just saying.
an
I'm
opener
almost
for
there with you
more,
typing my question. What the fuck are you
more
talking about?
story times with Dave on Saturdays.
Yeah. So yes, thanks. Well, I guess we'll end it then. If there's nothing further.
No, that's about it for now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you can catch Dave every weekend on the pre-stream with me and Tam, and well, everybody watching here is probably on the pre-stream. So, and yeah, Ken, you can watch over at Ken's Counseling Couch. You stream every week, at least.
I try to stream
Yeah.
every week. It's been sometimes hit or miss depending on how I'm feeling, or if like I'm doing stuff with my wife. Like apparently I'm supposed to do that, but apparently I'm supposed to spend time with my wife. I didn't understand. That wasn't in the manual, but
I'll take her. Rishi,
But no,
Rishi's
I try to
Rishi's
do
not on
that.
the pre-stream. Hey man, how's it going?
but like today it was a great stream, and I got confirmation that my stream was watched by the person of interest. So that's funny. That's
always
fucking great.
good.
And
That's
that person
cr-
is on stream right now bitching because people are trolling her chat. That's
Well,
pretty
that-
funny.
That's critical.
Well, I might go and
advice.
watch this.
That's critical thinking. Dude, apparently someone's restreaming her, and it's fucking it's pissing her in the chat off, and she's losing her fucking mind.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know
great.
that. I know.
Maybe
I know
we can do
Kay.
that. Maybe
I-
we can do that.
Well,
What,
I
if
know
you wanna-
Kay is not a fan of friend of the show Elb.
Oh no, she's definitely not. She called her out on Twitter right before she started her stream. If you look at Kay's Twitter, I could post the fucking link.
Yeah, post the
fucking-
link and we'll pull it.
Hold on, let me post it in the private chat
This will
because
this can turn into to something else.
let's get
Yeah,
started
we-
to something funny. Hold on, where'd it go?
Yeah, we can turn this into something more fun here right now.
Yeah, this will be a copy link and post in the private chat.
I do
There you
have
go.
to say, with all things that's going on, I can honestly say one thing. At least I'm not Ethan Ralph.
No, it's
It's November, dude.
NRN, Dave. No
Oh.
Ralph November.
Come on, man. Now you got to start over for 30 more days.
Okay.
So, but yeah, apparently, critical case a bit.
That
And
is
the thing
not,
is,
that is not representative of what she actually looks like.
listen,
No,
I
I've
saw
seen
your
her.
I saw your
No,
video
no.
today. Like I jumped on your stream
No,
for
that's-
about 10
listen.
minutes.
I have
before the show.
I have to find it, but I photoshopped that avatar with a big ass black dildo in it in place of the mic last year after the shit she did. Because that was, I have it somewhere. I don't remember what I did with it, but that
No.
fucking that
What kind of
avatar
profile
image
is this? She doesn't even have a link in the bio, like in bio,
Look.
like this.
Read her profile comments, or read the profile. Look
True
at,
crime podcaster and defender of the falsely accused. Nobody should feel ganged up on and degraded online by mob mentality. Oh,
Okay.
I stand with Amber Heard. Ah,
Well, that part too, but it was the no one should, because that's part of her lawsuit.
degraded online by mob mentality. Says leader
Yeah,
of mob.
said leader of mob, who I can give you the screenshots of her trying to get people in my own
Oh.
chat, posting what she thought was my name and work phone number, trying to mob mentality get people to call my work. So for someone who's really not liking the mob mentality, sure as
Oh,
shit likes the mob mentality.
She's not.
I
very
was
good
there
at
during
at
one
the
of those
promotion.
times.
You're supposed to.
I gave her some information.
what you're
but At the
doing.
time, I had no idea who you were really at that point. I mean,
Well, just-
I knew you tangentially, and I still don't know like any of your info, just to make sure. But I gave her the name of one of my non family bullies.
He says
back
for
in,
Critical K and look what comes
California.
up.
Yeah, he has
Spectre and
Spectre
uncivil.
has a particularly autistic hate boner for people.
He can.
He focuses.
I love Spectre.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying I love him too. It's just he's one of those people that if you need someone to be focused on their
He just
particular
decides
hate,
at the age of 16
good.
in 1991
he can do it.
that he's going to go live in Grenada.
Spectre,
Why?
within 24 hours of me losing my job, doxed over 6 people. Not for my
Why
asking,
on earth would he just
but he
pick
pulled
up
that off.
and move to Grenada?
Yep.
Now I need
I
to
don't
look
know how
into
he did
Grenada.
it.
Are there Mormons in Grenada?
Grenada Gate is up. Let's open up with Grenada Gate, guys.
What the
It's
hell?
Grenada Gate. I don't know what the fuck that's about. I
What
was
is the
talking with you.
AWP scandal?
This is right from the newsroom
so-
of the Church of Jesus
It's
Christ
the
of
Adventures
Latter-day
with
Saints.
Purpose guy. He was helping.
Grenada,
He helped find the body of a chick that went missing in a car underneath the water.
one branch.
It's an organization that does like diving to
Although
help
some
find
church
people
members
that
live in
get
Grenada
like
while attending
to
medical
help find
school,
bodies and shit,
little
like a
permanent
volunteer
Okay.
organization.
work started until after
But the guest, the owner of the
1983
company or the
subsequent
founder,
invasion of Grenada by
was
the
recently
United
charged
States
with
and United
when he was
Nations
17,
forces.
allegedly
Under the direction of President Kenneth L.
sexually
Zabriskie,
abusing or raping
West
a
Indies
cousin or
mission,
sister.
Elders
something like
Robert
that.
W.
So,
Hoffmaster and
That's what
Leonard
she's been
C.
talking about with
Gill
this.
arrived
So.
in Grenada in May 1985. They met with a medical student.
That's
and
what
their
this is
children.
about.
A
But
branch,
yesterday
a
when she
small
was talking
congregation
about this case,
established in
she made
St.
reference
George
to
on September
myself
3rd,
and Nick and
1985.
Spectre being
Grenada is
pedophiles
part of
and
the
wanting the
Barbados
FBI to investigate us because we probably have CP on our computers and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, Dave can verify that that was reviewed on because he was watching my stream earlier. I think that that was brought up. I pulled up the receipts for that. She's fucking stupid. She literally she
That is
and for
not.
someone.
That is not the same person.
Yes, it is.
That is not the same person. That is a
Stop.
lie.
Stop being a
That is
bigot.
a lie.
Stop being a bigot. This is that misogyny, anti
False
Amber Heard shit.
advertising. This
You
is false advertising.
Is it though? Is it, or do you just listen? She even said something yesterday about the devil coming in the shape of a, like, I guess
A
that quote from
whale?
the Bible. Well, no, about the devil coming in, like talking about like
being in when he comes as a angel to deceive.
this beautiful angel or whatever. Because she was talking, because legitimately, and I'm not joking, she implied that she's the shepherd of like critical thinking, and that if you don't learn to critical think, like through people like her, that your children will end up raped and abused and shit. And no, I'm not making that up. That was legitimately the implication she gave about how she almost feels like it's a God-given thing for her to be like leading the mission she's on. Like
They're the
I don't.
worst fucking people. The people who
yeah.
who think Christ is their shield.
I mean, I'm personally not religious at all, but I've seen religion do good things with people. But I see people use it for bad things,
yes.
almost like Kay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I take issue with it. Other than that, I usually don't have a problem with it. But
People
Kay
will
is one of
weaponize
those.
anything.
Don't get me started on the church.
Oh, I could do that for a bit, but Kay is like one of those people who will justify her actions for whatever reason. Like she justifies her doxing and trying to dox me and shit because the mom asked me to stop. Like the mom asked me to stop, and that I'm automatically a pedophile. In again using her own quote, that a guy in any context ever talking about a child's genitals in any context, you're automatically a pedophile, basically.
I just went to Kiwi Farms and searched for her. I swear to God, there's a post I found Spectre straight away. Damn it, Spectre!
She has a Critical K's on Patreon, or not on Patreon. She's on Patreon. I want to subscribe to download some of her content, and then just unsubscribe. But I don't want to let her connect my PayPal or anything to me. I need to get like a gift card and fucking do it. And just
Spectre, no.
But no, if you look up Critical K's on Kiwi Farms, and she posted feed pics, and they're not good.
Ooh.
Look up Critical K, and you will find her feed pics on Kiwi Farms, and it's not good. She has a Kiwi Farms account where she was trying to get.
There's a dox here.
She was trying to motivate. She was almost trying to personal army, like do the whole personal army shit with Kiwi Farms. I guess was sort of what it was, and for someone who hates Kiwi Farms, she sure has used a lot of it in sourcing some of the stuff she talks about.
Well, yeah.
Because and she was mad that, because some of the chicks that Spectre doxed after I lost my job probably shouldn't have been doxed in retrospect, because some of them weren't necessarily directly involved with my firing. But, I mean, he kind of got upset and went full autism. Which makes sense, but
I don't think Spectre has an ability to control that.
Well, no, I mean, I probably would have too if it was the other way around. Like someone like I also showed earlier a clip of Kay being upset and kind of almost crying because she's not monetized right now, and she doesn't have much money because she's fighting this lawsuit that she's completely ignoring and blowing off like, oh, I'm just going to get $100 sanction again because she only got sanctioned $100 the first time for not doing the shit the court told her to do. And okay, you think that, Kay? you and your pro se lawsuit defense. You keep that up. I'm sure that'll go well for you, considering you're being sued for $1 million for your fucking defamation of someone, implying that a therapist was the connection between two people that caused themselves to kill themselves. Something like that is my understanding of it. So yeah, it's a whole fucking mess. Kay is nuts. And like, if you look at her chat, like, oh, her simps are so bad.
People
It's
simp
so
for
many.
that? Get the fuck
Yeah.
out.
I want to donate $142. Kay works via PayPal, and here's her link. Support Kay. She is a badass. What else is in here? I'm not making it up. I've got my scripts archiving just because I missed the first part of it. I just make that because she's been talking about me, so of course I'm archiving it. Legitimately, you mess with the one guy on the internet who can autistically archive everything, and like legitimately, I have scripts that I can run that will do the work for me and constantly pay attention to any.
It's your job
mean-
to archive stuff like that, you know.
Well,
Not
yeah.
specifically. But
No,
you do it with
it's
your
not his
job.
job, but yeah.
No,
Well,
he
no,
does,
I mean,
Yeah.
she wants to fuck
you
with
gotta
me.
take-
I'm gonna do
you got
my
to
part.
do transcripts and stuff like that to keep notes with the people you're working with. It's one of the things that you have to do.
Yeah, and I have more damn videos and transcripts and screenshots related to this group of people than I ever cared and want to view again, but I have them in case I need them. So, legitimately, the one person who can make sure you cannot hide any video from them or screenshot or tweets, because not only do I screenshot your tweets, I archive.is those tweets so I can have the cited for legal reasons if I need to. Yeah. I cover my bases when I do shit. I'm actually providing receipts because I'm good at that. So at least I think I am.
This is so fucking cringe.
Oh. What, Kay?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. She misrepresented herself as a therapist. And I actually was able to verify that not only is she not a therapist, because she
I've
thinks she
seen-
knows what she's talking about. I proved that
I-
she wasn't. She's an occupational therapy assistant. She was one. She's not anymore. But I looked up her licensing.
With the way she talks, how could she ever be a therapist? With the way she describes this shit.
Oh no, I mean, that's the same argument used for me because of how I talk about things. Clearly, I can't be a therapist. Okay, you hold that view, but like if you watch me or you watch like Aiden Paladin, she's not a therapist, but she's got a master's in psych,
Yeah.
and you watch one of my guests, Tracy from Coming to Chaos on YouTube. Like you could tell we kind of know what we're talking about, like at least enough to be able to say one thing or the other.
No.
But the K just does not know what she's talking about. She's a fucking
But
imbecile.
that's what I'm saying. The way she describes things, it's like it sounds like she has as much training as I do with some of this shit.
She doesn't really have any training, is the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that was the joke.
Oh. Like, she's just a bit irritating, just in how she deals with this shit. Because I just don't, like the whole Sophie thing, she's like, I played a 5.5 minute video of her who represents victims and is a victim advocate against shit like this, right? Like right now, her stream, it's about a 9-year-old being sexually abused 30 years ago, which is fine. But, for someone who is standing for and supporting, helping support 9-year-olds who have been sexually abused, she sure called Sophie Long a brat and oppositional defiant and all this other horrible names for someone who's a victim advocate. I mean, she's the true victim advocate. I wish I could support victims as well as she does. I feel bad that I'm not as good as Kay. So
the whole Sophie Long thing is so tragic. Like,
dude, there are things I had like Twisted accidentally outed something on my stream today, and I'm not mad at her for it, but I did have a chance to talk to Michael at one point and kind of get more information from him, and doing my just my initial impression and analysis of him, I don't think anything he did was malicious,
No,
like ever.
it very much
Like
comes across as a father looking
it,
like taking care of his child.
and he said more shit with me than he has said publicly.
Hmm.
I will not say what those things were. He said I could, but for reasons I'm not.
Yeah.
But I mean, that conversation was stupid, insightful. And that between that, my confidential sources for documents, I have seen and read so much shit about this case. It is insane. And I'm tempted to contact some of my sources and see if I can finally drop all the documents and just put it all out there, because no one really knows what's going on in that case because it was sealed.
Well, hopefully
There's a son, right?
when it comes to like, I think there's two other kids, isn't there?
Yeah, he has two sons and a daughter. Sophie's
Yeah.
the oldest, and he has another kid with another woman, his ex-wife, his now second ex-wife or whatever. But he like the don't get, like I've said before, I definitely have my criticisms for shit he's done. But like the fact that people like Kay can just make these like jumps to, oh, she was clearly coached. Okay, show me how she was coached, because you clearly know what the fuck you're talking about. One, I'm somewhat intelligent. I have a master's degree. I could maybe pull off coaching a child to do that. Maybe to be able to teach not only the words, the proper words, because I know the proper words for the kid to use and not the adult words, but the body language and training the
Also, your field is more related to that. So it's not only that you are not, like, you are intelligent, but your field gives you an insight into that.
You have specific experience.
Yeah, you have a specific set of skills that would allow you to do that. Michael Long does not have those skills.
No, he does not. And one of the things, and that's no offense to him, and one of the things that comes with me knowing and being able to justify the statements I've said about the case is, one, I've cited to the research that shows a child faking that, making a false allegation that's worded from the child is almost basically zero, because it's like less than 5% of all child allegations of sexual abuse under the age of 12 are like 5% being fake. Basically, the rest of them are true. Like, it's very rare that a child under 12 makes a false allegation like that. Yeah. And between that and she was 9 at the time, there's a certain level of cognitive thinking that you have at that age where you think more concretely. Abstract thought and things like that aren't easily identifiable, or you're even able to do those skills. So no, there was a certain level that she couldn't fake it, because she doesn't have the cognitive capacity to. Like, yes, she's a smart kid, but she's still probably not able to do like metacognition and some of the other things that would be a little bit necessary to pull off a fakery. Like, does it mean everything she said is true? Like,
with using those terms, it's like the only way someone would know that at that age that this has happened, not because they're making it up, they wouldn't be able to lie about it to get someone in trouble, because they wouldn't know what it is in the first place. It had to have happened for them to understand it.
There are situations where kids do lie, and sometimes it's because of a parent. Sometimes, like, you'll see it with the stats. I did a stream on this. I had the stats pulled up. I pulled my citations on it too. But like, some of the older kids that were like 12 and up that did it were doing it for like reasons like, related to like divorce, or not liking like a new step parent or something, shit like that, or for whatever reason. But younger kids, it's
that clip of her, that you could tell that was real there.
Oh no, she's just a brat though. She's just a brat. That's what Kay says. She's just a brat. Why would you believe her? She's just a brat guy.
Tim says, I've seen therapists, quote unquote therapists, and investigators coach kids to say stupid, untrue shit. Kids start either playing into the questioning or attention out of fear.
So legit, like that's the thing is, Kay freaks out and has multiple times stated that even though Nick did it when his interview with Michael Long, they went over the SANE exam that had like the drawing and all the different things. And she said I showed it on my stream. I actually did not show that on my stream prior to my getting terminated, but she continues to state that. And Miss, I don't even think I've shown it since I was like, because I didn't really want to show that, but for several reasons. But that same
See, I've
exam
only-
that she's like, it doesn't
I've
show
only-
anything. It doesn't show anything. It actually shows a lot of shit.
I've only
Like-
got a surface level knowledge of this. Like I've spoken to like Elb's explained it to me. I've watched bits and pieces of Nick. I haven't watched the interview with Michael Long because I think it's gone now.
Nope, it's on Odyssey.
Yeah, I've got to sit down and watch it one day. But
It's 6 hours long.
yeah, but yeah, it's I believe him. Like I believe the kid was. I believe Sophie Long was molested.
And people are like, why would you want to, like, why you know, I've like the Karens have said before, I've never seen people want a little girl to be molested so much. Like, you stupid cunts, I don't want a kid to be molested. It's fucking clear to me. Like I've said before, and I would say it again, I'd stake my entire career on that kid being molested because it's that, like, some sort of trauma happened.
Yeah, something happened.
Who did it? I don't know. It doesn't seem to be dad.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be dad. But some
her
sort
reaction,
of trauma happened.
Her reaction, if it was dad, is backwards. So
Yeah. Now it does happen. You can do that, but it's unlikely given the other issues going on, given some of the other reports that go in. Did dad do stupid shit during the case? Oh yeah, I've criticized some of that shit too.
From personal experience, I could tell how bad it is, and I frame it that boys and girls react to the trauma differently, and we are kind of trained, being men, we are raised, you hide your feelings, you don't let other people see, and if you're hurt, you walk it off, type of thing. Whereas girls are trained at an early age to be more in tune with that side. So seeing that and responding that way, I could tell, like I said before, you could tell the fear in her from just having to go back in that to the place that scared her that much.
Yeah. And look, is it a good idea to kidnap your kid, like your own kid, and run away to Mexico? Fuck no. But I understand.
Oh, I did too.
When the system fails you, if you're a father, like that's the thing. If you're not a dad, you don't understand this. Like you can't understand this stuff. Like there's a feeling. Like you want to protect your kid no matter what, and if the courts say no, that's not going to stop you. Like I will go through anybody to protect my kids. I don't give a shit who they are.
Well, that's like for example, I've been criticized before because I don't have kids. That I can't know better than a parent. Wrong. Just because you're a parent doesn't mean you're good at taking care of kids. I can speak to that,
and it's called empathy
more than
too.
I want to. But it's like I've had plenty of parents come into my office with their kids, and they have no fucking clue how to take care of their kid or what the fuck they're doing or how to deal with certain issues. Like being a parent does not mean you have the skills or you know how to handle certain situations. I've had parents defer to me, knowing my background and everything, defer to me and say, Mr. Ken, I trust that you're going to handle it properly. I still keep them in the loop where appropriate, but like they're like, I think you handled it well, or I trust you to handle this context or conversation well. And I've had the conversations with the kids that most people would find uncomfortable or not an easy thing to do, and it's fine. What's that?
Would blanch over, yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
It's just fucking irritating that, and like I was telling Tracy and shit earlier on my stream, is it's not so much like that there's a difference of opinion or a different interpretation of the data. That's whatever. People can come to those different conclusions. It's the way they did it. Like the fact that the mom likely hired a PR firm based on not just the fact that a PR firm sent me a cease and desist last year, but that, yeah, let's not forget that. But that a PR firm sent me a cease and desist, and I have screenshots of the same woman who was responsible for contacting my employer and doxing me, posting in a Facebook group, talking about how Kay and Kelly Long were connected through a PR firm, and that's how Kay covered the K. Like,
you know what's
I'm not
interesting,
making it
though?
up. Like, I'm not fucking lying.
That's actually fascinating because Kay's like pro Amber Heard too, and there's so much fucking
Overlap.
astroturfing going into that campaign versus the depth side. The depth side's there's no obvious astroturfing taking place, but on the Heard side, it's all really fake, and it's the same for like my missus is obsessed with Meghan Markle, and the same kind of people, who are pro Markle, like pro Heard, are also pro Markle, and there's fucking what's the name? Sunny something. There's like a big public relations firm that the Markles hired, and I'm pretty sure the same firm was hired by Amber Heard.
I like that.
And I would not be surprised if the
Merkles.
same firm was hired by what's the face.
No, it's probably. I mean, right, the PR firm that was
Sunshine
involved
something?
was a. I know the one involved with the Sophie Long shit. Red Banyan. I know from what Nick has said, they're a pretty large PR firm.
Sunshine Sachs is the one Meghan Markle hired.
But it's like, you can. Like I was saying, is if I was going to cover the other side, like if I was going to take the opposing view to this case, right? I would cover it the way I've covered it, like I have. Go into the clinical, discuss, like, again, I'm a therapist, so different. But you would think if you're going to cover this case, you would do it in a way that's not a bunch of, as Twisted Puppet said, a bunch of meth addicts going fucking stupidly fucking like drama horror shit over this. Like, you would think that you would want, in support of your daughter and to help support your cause and your case, you would pick a better way to do it than literal internet drama whores and drug users. Like,
Twisted has such a way with words.
Yes, like it's effective. She's like literal meth users or meth addicts, which one of the chicks who fucked with me was a meth addict, and I've got the video to prove it. Begging for $1 for more meth. I've got that video, but like, it's just irritating that's a thing. Like I still don't see how. Because like Kay's new thing right now is, no one should be harassed or targeted online. But last year that was okay. That was completely fine last year. But we can't do that anymore. That's not okay because Kay's now being targeted and her opinion and free speech is being
narrative
targeted.
now. That's the narrative now. That the Amber Heards, the Meghan Markles, they play the online harassment is terrible. It's these trolls, these terrible trolls. These bot farms, these bot farms just push all this racism and sexism at me, and that's the new narrative. That's the weaponization of it. I'm half expecting Boozy to come out and be like, oh, Michael Long's like a criminal and like he shouldn't have done that.
Oh my
and
god!
Nothing ever happened.
I feel like I need to search Twitter to see if he's ever talked about it. I almost feel like
if you're not blocked.
Hold on, god damn it! Let me fucking.
Because he's up in that mix as well. Like he's like.
Why would you suggest something that's actually possible? Damn it! Now I gotta fucking search and do Twitter searches. God damn it! You can make me do work. It's like fucking 12:30 at night. You
sorry,
fucking asshole! What a dick! What an asshole! Like, this is bullshit. Sitting here, I gotta find Boots. Well, I think I'm blocked on my one
Oh,
account.
fucking everybody is blocked by Boozy.
Because Boozy can't handle fucking
The only
criticism.
account I have that isn't blocked is the pre-stream accounts because I've never interacted with him, and I haven't followed like anybody in LawTube. I only follow show guests because that's
Yeah,
how
you
he
got
does it.
lucky.
If you follow Nick, like, or
He-
anybody else in LawTube, like if you follow, like,
You
following,
get auto blocked.
yeah, it's auto blocked. Yeah.
He
The only
currently
true
has
LawTuber I follow is Legal Advice.
230 tweets
I'm
within
joking.
the last hour.
See you later, Ken.
Where the hell did what happened? Why did I just suddenly cut off? I thought you guys were Legal Bites pros over here. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, with the Legal Bites fan club.
The Legal Bites.
This
fan
is
club.
Legal Bites
Okay.
cast.
Oh god, that would be great. I'm dying.
I absolutely hate that cunt.
Why? She's so sweet, and she's truly the person that we need to represent this community.
That's
And
right.
I mean,
Don't you like
I
struggle
mean-
sessions, Dave?
I love struggle
why
sessions,
not?
baby. Struggle
I've
sessions
had-
are my bag, baby. To quote Austin
It-
Powers, that's my bag, baby.
the, the
God, I feel like I need to
manipulation,
watch that again.
the manipulation and control, and the victimhood that she uses to try to rationalize her control. That pisses me off. Almost as bad as Uncivil when he was.
There's nothing for
Uh,
Michael Long
oh.
or Sophie Long from Boozy.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
searched it? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn. That would have been like the biggest like
Dun, dun,
revelation.
dun.
Like legitimately. If I didn't
That
text
would've
the
been,
Nick that, he'd have been like, "You're fucking kidding me." I'm like, "No, that's actually what's happening."
That would have been the middle piece in your yarn connective conspiracy theory.
Oh no. Critical K is talking about how it feels to be falsely accused right now. She's talking. It feels like legitimately that's her current. Like, go back a minute if you go on. She's talking about it right now. She's like, it's horrible to be falsely accused. I've been falsely accused. The way it feels like.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, I fucking hate this woman. Like, I cannot fucking. Jesus Christ.
Some people cannot put things together. They don't
Yeah.
understand how to learn from things. It's like,
No.
oh,
Definitely not. Not for her. I guess she's ending her stream now. But, goddamn. Thank God I archived that. And it'll be uploaded to the archive channel here in a bit. I keep it unlisted because I'm just like I was preparing earlier for my channel to be a copyright strike in case she decided to not like what I had to say, which wouldn't surprise me if she did. But I prepared for that by not only streaming to Rumble and Odyssey, but being able to upload it to an archive channel if I need to as well. I come to the show. I come prepared.
Yeah.
Like, I try to, even if it doesn't look like I've ever prepared for anything, or if I'm late and slightly homosexual.
I most certainly prepare, and I'm never late or gay.
so
Fake news.
I guess Elb really likes clipping her.
Who? Why is she sharing it? Is she tweeting about it right now?
Yeah, well, I just checked a tweet from like an hour ago.
Let's see here. Let me see what you're talking about. Yeah, her Kay and Elb have some slight history
Yes.
going
they
back
do, yes.
to early days of the case. But yeah,
Isn't that when Elb actually became like part of the Nick's community? Was around that time?
I think it was around the time of what happened to me, because she saw what happened to me and was like, I can't believe this. And like, I think
Okay.
that was part of her wake up, was that. You can verify with her if I'm wrong on that. But I know that was one of the things that was kind of like, because she had messaged me or emailed me like the day of or the day before I got fired. Like, it was either during she was contacting me, was trying to give me information, I think, or something, or someone had tried sending me the mandamus, and I was like, I'm good. I'm not going to read it yet. I'll get it somehow. But because that was the reason I got the cease and desist was they did not want me reading that mandamus because allegedly that the information was sealed and I'm not supposed to have access to it, and this and that, and I was like, I don't care. You have no authority over me. You have no power here. Is effectively what it was, because they're in Texas. I'm in Florida. It's a state case. It's not a federal case, and you cannot infringe. For the one time it matters, I actually have the First Amendment right to talk about it, and trying to use the court system to stop me from talking about it is a violation of my right to free speech.
Yep.
So like, I can actually cite to that and use the free speech and First Amendment shit properly, unlike Kay, who defames people and expects it to be covered by free speech. And it's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. So, God, sorry, go ahead. She's just so fucking annoying. She's such an annoying cunt.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
I
know.
I know. Elb's been cancelled too. Like Elb's has had trouble finding work because of all the shit with.
They fucking
with the Michael
people
Long stuff.
stalk her and shit.
Yeah.
Like, they stalk her, have contacted employers, like, even after, like, she's disconnected from, like, because she's had any contact with, like, just they think she was doing different things. Like, they think she was
they accuse her of aiding and abetting.
Yeah.
Which is like it's fucking absurd.
And I can pretty much say guarantee that didn't happen. From the information I have.
Yeah.
That didn't happen. And just because you have contact with someone doesn't mean you're aiding and abetting someone.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Like I don't have to know where someone's at to like just because I know where someone's at, I don't necessarily have to tell someone where they are.
Yeah.
Now, whether you should is a moral decision.
Yeah.
But whether you have to is a legal decision. Like, do I want to? No. Or do I have to? No. Should I? Maybe. Just like the argument is, and I've had people close to me, whether I should have covered the Sophie stuff. Like, should I have? Maybe not. Could I have? Sure. Was it in poor taste or bad taste to read some of the stuff? Maybe. But to say shit like I was getting off to reading the abuse allegations, like Kay has said, and I have that clip, like, that's the shit that's irritating. But, she knows what it's like to be falsely accused, guys. I couldn't know what that's like. I don't know what that's like, guys. I definitely don't know what it's like to have my employer called and tell me I'm getting sexually aroused to a 9-year-old girl's vagina on stream, and have my employer say that to me over the phone. Like, oh no, Tim, she's not low IQ. She just said on her stream earlier she has 142 IQ. She's definitely not low IQ.
Lol, she does not have 142 IQ.
Listen, you're just jealous, Thermo, okay? You can't understand.
I'm not jealous of 142 IQ people, trust me.
You're jealous of 140. She could be in, what is it? What the hell's that?
I would be ashamed if it was that low.
Mensa?
Oh, that Mensa, yeah, she's totally a Mensa. I don't know if she's a Mensa, but she could totally be in Mensa, guys. Like, she's a genius. She's so smart, guys. Like, oh god, it hurts to say that. I think I lost a few IQ points myself. Like, I don't like to bust out the IQ shit, but I know when I was like 10, I had like 130 IQ or something, and I had been formally tested for, like, not an online test, like a therapist admitted, like a psychologist administered the test. So I know I'm not dumb.
I had mine. I was sent for an IQ test by my child psychiatrist, and they didn't give me the number. They gave me a range.
What was the range?
160 to 200.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I'm a disappointment. Don't worry. I've done very little with it.
Your words, not mine.
Mine wasn't so good because a lot of the testing at the time I took it, there was like several like I could see how to make the puzzles, but doing the
Motor
puzzle,
skills, yeah.
the actual motor skills, through the timing off. It's like everything I needed to solve was solved by the time I started it. But they don't count that. They count getting it done.
The mind is
So
capable, but the flesh is weak.
exactly. Like I can do. You show me a maze, and I won't. I can just look at it and solve the maze. It's drawing that line that's the problem for me.
So what you're saying is
That's true for us all, Tim.
if I build like a saw trap and put people in it, I shouldn't put you in it because you'll find the way out. That's good to know. Not that I would do something like that. Like just to thanks. I will make sure to deal with you separately.
Just a shot to
Oh,
the head.
I can find a way out. It's just I couldn't get myself out.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I could tell other people how to do it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
still
I think there's
deciding
more
whether or
than
not to
just
put you in
Critical
the main.
K. There's like another one as well that Elvis told me about. There's like a
that
whole
is-
gaggle of them.
Oh, dude, there's a gaggle fuck of them. It's pretty bad. Like there's a lot. There's like a good dozen
Yeah, and
between
they're
the
all
main
fucking
characters
obsessed.
and
Like they
second.
won't get over it.
No, the best part is following my shit last year. Is I watched because I was archiving there. I kind of and I autistically obsessing over it for a while because it was a bit shitty to lose my job that way, and I was kind of autistically obsessing over it. So I was legit archiving everything they were doing.
Yeah.
And they were doing like this funny shit where there was like infighting between them, and then they would like all be on one side like 1 week, and then someone would do something, and then like one or two people would like break off, and then they'd all be attacking that person for like a week or two, and then they would be friends again. Dude, it's some of the most high school girl shit like you could imagine. And the thing is it's not just that they do it and fuck with people's lives. They called CPS over other people's shit, like within their own like community. They fucking call people's employers, and they do all this fucked up shit. And they're the ones that are in the moral right here. Remember that. I'm the one that's wrong. Let's keep that. Let's put the record out there. I'm the one who was in the wrong for what I did, but they're okay for doing what they did. So, and it hurts to say that. Like, it legit kind of hurts to like fucking even think that.
Who's that fuck? Who was that fucker in your chat earlier? Not
Which one?
not Dr. Purr, but there was this one other guy who kept talking about you being morally corrupt and this, that, and the other.
Oh, I know Dr. Purr was saying a couple things, but I know there was another person.
No, there was another person who it seemed like it was legit. The Dr. Purr just sounded like one of the Discord spurgs, just trolling.
I know a couple people were saying some trolly shit for fun about that. I definitely need to be, but I know a couple of people were joking because they're in my chats all the time. Fucking good, they're cool people, or they subscribe or support me. Like I know they're cool people. I know a few of them were doing it for fun. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember who exactly it was off the top of my head. But even so, I know people have criticized me for being a therapist because I've talked about the trans kids issue, and I know that's a hot thing to talk about and tends to draw in a bit of controversial opinions. I know like last week I did the stream on the Wisconsin sex ed changes, and I've talked about with like Dollhouse Phil, like potential therapeutic use for child sex dolls. And so I've had like weird takes or different takes. And I know that's caused some hatred, to say the least. But generally, most of the people who have fucked with me have gone and disappeared and they do their own shit now. And Kay's like the only one like really bringing my name back up. I know like Spectre was on her show last month because she was attacking Elb. And so Spectre was kind of defending Elb and me and Nick a bit. And because of that, Kay was saying her normal shit and going at me. And then this month on her stream she did yesterday, she was basically like, oh, I'm not going to name names, even though it's clear who she's talking about, because she said the same names last month. Like, this is who I'm talking about. This is, it's clearly certain people who show documents on streams about the Sophie Long case. There's a limited number of people who did that, you stupid cunt. Like, we could figure that out. So, like, I'm not dumb. Maybe your chat can't figure it out, but I'm sure as hell can. So
Yeah, I would help out and comment about that, but I know as soon as I do, they're gonna find out like basically you guys are manipulating and using the disabled people now, and it would just be used as it would just be used as more.
Hey, I'm manipulating and using a
against you.
disabled person for content. So
listen, I'm not even joking. They have legit a guy. His channel is like Dallas 420 or something. He is a guy that I'm pretty confident has Down syndrome, and he seems to have a bit of an intellectual deficiency. Not just having that, like he seems to be a bit slower, and that's nothing wrong with that. It's that they're using him, and they've used him to completely try to like fight and argue, and they like anytime he's on a stream with them, they butter up to him and they're so sweet and shit to him. But then they'll do shit where they're like dicks with him, and they'll like ignore him or shut him up, and it's like that's exploitative of the disabled.
yeah,
Like that, like Dave, he gets to talk and chime in and whatever, like he gets to speak. I'm the guest here, you guys are the hosts. Like,
no, technically, Dave. Technically, you're both the host. They're both the guests. So
either way, but as a general rule, like, but I've seen them just treat this guy like absolute shit, and I don't know if he believes it supports the shit or if he's doing it because it's gotten him friends or whatever, but that is like true exploitation, and it's sick. Like they're fucking cunts.
People will
they're
always show
people.
you who they are.
And those are the types of people who say, "Oh well, look, we support the disabled. See, we look at us. We help all the disabled people here. I hate that type of mentality. Fucking hate it. It's why that's why I say that ADA, the American Disabilities Act, on paper and in theory, it's a good thing, but in practice, how it's been used has
not so much.
It's opened up so much additional like professional hatred of the disabled, because people are forced to do X, Y, and Z, thus adding to the stigma of us being burdens on society. Yeah. But it's given rise to be able to use us for clout and tokenism, and it's done nothing more but made our world worse. I hate it. I really do. Just fucking get out of our way and let us be. Just let us more than just let us succeed. Let us fucking fail. Just let us fucking fail. Because we won't people. There's a lot of us who don't understand failure and learning how to get up and do things after we failed instead of being handheld or tiptoed around. Just let us live. Fucking pisses me off.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's absolutely a good point. I think the only thing I would add to that is when it comes to depending on certain disability, like in those cases, like yes, there's you need to let them fail, but with enough structure, I think that they can understand the failure and learn from it, versus it being like a negative thing that causes like
I'm no
issues.
longer part of the Dollar General franchise, and I can fucking say this. I don't care. They can sue me. Fuck you. I was told 8 months in. They did not tell me or brief me this beforehand. I kept asking multiple times to be trained to be what is it called a key holder, basically a assistant manager of the store, someone who's allowed to have a key and like adjust things on the cash registers and void stuff. You can
Yeah.
only do that. You can only do that if you're above, just cashier. I kept asking multiple times because my store was so short-handed, and all I asked for is, can I at least get a key, learn how to do it so I can fix my own thing so that you guys don't have to worry about it. I kept asking multiple times. Um, it took them 8 months before my manager told me, well, someone with your condition isn't allowed to be a key holder.
Ooh, yeah, that's a
Now,
problem.
Yeah.
Now I understand. I know the pitfalls. If I were to go down, someone walks off with the key. I get that, but they didn't tell me this ahead of time. I could have dealt with that if I knew that there was no possibility. That's fine, right? I have no problems with that. I'm very lenient when I'm not one of those. I'm not an Eichenwald with things. Like, I'm not that aggressive because I understand. But it's the lying about it. And what pisses me off even more is that if I didn't ask, I would have never found out. And what about all the disabled people that is part of the company that aren't mentally capable or mentally aware of their surroundings enough to ask that? They're being used.
Oh yeah.
They will let them do that. And that pisses me off. Fucking sorry for ranting and taking it to this degree, but that
No, you're
fucking
good.
pisses me off. And
Right.
and Kay seems like one of those bitches that would do that.
Well, I mean, she's this hero for people who've been murder victims and abused and shit. Or at least
She
she thinks
speaks
so.
for the voiceless.
Honestly, I believe she feels that way
Yeah, I'm sure.
because of how she presents herself. Like, she called herself a shepherd of critical thinking, basically.
Oh, what? That's fucking retarded.
Dude, it was like, I have to fight. It's on my fucking on my show. But she was talking about how she believes that some people are shepherds and about how critical thinking is important for kids and people to learn, and how the media doesn't want people to critically think, and how, people, like her, effectively is what she was saying. Like, people like her can teach you to critically think, and if you don't learn to critically think, that's how your kids get raped and murdered and shit. No joke. Was
I have
what
to
she
jump
was
in.
saying.
I have to jump in. This is fucking hilarious.
What happened?
H3H3 got suspended for impersonating Elon
No.
Musk.
Yes. I'm kind of sad my hero Kathy Griffin got suspended.
Yeah, she got suspended as well. That's fucking great. That's so funny.
Twitter's free speech, guys. Why is it Elon Musk banning people who are free speech?
It's not free speech when you
It's free speech.
Yeah.
It's free speech, guys. Why are you guys supporting banning free speech, huh?
Well,
This is sick.
I had this argument with Tim yesterday. Yesterday, yeah, yesterday on the show. Like, it's not free speech. I can't go into a building pretending to be someone else and go, oh, well, you can't arrest me. It's free speech. No,
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. I fucking
I'm like, no,
I
Tim,
fucking
that's
hate
not the fucking way it works.
I fucking hate that quote because it is a misattributed quote.
It's
I legit used to have a link in my clipboard saved to fucking copy and paste in every Twitter thread that people were bringing up, and I'm like, no, you stupid cunt, you don't understand what it means. Here's what it actually means. I'd have to do it all the fucking time.
Yeah.
It was so irritating. Like,
you know what the funniest thing about Kathy Griffin being suspended was?
I won't see severed Donald Trump heads anymore. I was
No,
so
she
happy
immediately went and got her dead mother's Twitter account and tweeted at Elon Musk about it. Like, unsuspend me, you bastard. Like, yeah.
Yeah,
what's it?
and that's what the check mark is essentially, is that it is a driver's license. It's an ID. It is to verify that the person who's there is
No, that was the
person.
intent.
Yeah, no,
That
but
was
that's
the
what I
intent.
mean.
It's become something more than that, and
Yeah,
that's what Elon's taking away.
Listen, I only trust people on Twitter who have a check mark. I can't believe opinions that don't have a check mark. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like the only valid opinions are those that have a check mark next to them. Like that's why when I go on YouTube, I don't understand what an opinion I'm supposed to believe because I don't have a check mark to believe. Except those random people that show up in certain people's chats that have a check mark. Those people's opinions I trust. But like teachers and stuff, they don't have check marks. I don't know if I'm supposed to believe them and shit.
Yeah.
Like college, like going to grad school was hard. There was no check marks to be able to say I could trust this person. Like, am I supposed to really do this for therapy or not? Like, it was tough. That hurt to say. Like, I kind of felt dumb for like, I felt like I had embodied like the average Twitter user for like 5 seconds, and it hurt. I think I'm forever scarred by that. I need
Quite
therapy.
possibly, yes.
I probably need therapy for that.
I do have a new goal though. Thank you for like helping me do this. I might have. I'm not important enough, and I'm not funny enough to do it. But if I ever become famous enough to get a kiwi, like a kiwi thread,
Kiwi Farms thread.
yeah, my goal is to not have one of those because this would probably be the first thing on it.
This video.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, like here it is. Apologies in advance for all the comments you're gonna have to read about how ugly I am and how you're probably gonna throw you in there too. Oh, by the way, this is KG. I'm tweeting from my dead mother's account. She would not mind.
You would not mind. I'm sure she wouldn't. I'm sure she wants you to literally stand on her grave and bitch about your Twitter account.
It's ban evasion. This is the ultimate sin on Twitter. And what if she do? She immediately, oh, I got suspended on my regular account. So what am I going to do? I'm going to commit
gonna
the
ban
ultimate
evade.
Twitter sin. I'm going to ban evade.
Look, I'm not going to
something
say
that's
I'm
been
ban
wrong
evading,
the entire time.
And
but
I liked her mom. Her mom was completely rational, and she wouldn't want Kathy doing that. Yeah.
like I have had Twitter accounts banned, allegedly. One of them was brought up. This is when I was first ever noticed by Nick. Was under one of my old Twitter accounts, long before I was Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings. Was under one of my. It was a troll account I made. It was a Twitter account I used to follow some of the 3D gun people, and it was making fun of the New Jersey Attorney General, who was a huge, like, anti 3D printed gun thing. And I got mentioned by Nick on one of his live streams like years ago before I ever got drug into this shit. And it was like the funniest shit. Like, I was like, oh shit, Nick actually brought up my tweet. So I thought that was funny at the time. Like, oh shit, Nick noticed me, senpai. Like, this is before I was also in the anime too. So
The only thing, well, Nick's mentioned my name here and there, but the only thing I've done with that was when the Discord flat out doxed me in real time.
all right, I think I remember when that happened. Because
Yeah,
like you
and
had a seizure or whatever.
Yeah, and they were trying to get. This is why I like the Discord. Yes, they're fucktards, but they love their own, and they
Dude,
did all
yeah.
they can to get. They did what they needed to get me help.
I still don't know how they pulled that off. I guess someone had the right piece of information. But like the fact that they did it was impressive. Like, not that they had to dox you, like the fact that they had to, for health reasons.
Yeah,
but the fact
they
that
did
they were
it
able
for
to.
a reason. Well, what they did is they contacted Nick, and at that time I was a Patreon thing, and I ended up using my credit card that had the house address, and they ended up basically going that route and connected things up, and that's how they ended up figuring it out. And then they contacted the police department there, where I
Damn.
lived, and said that, and they had a wellness check, and they not only did that, but they had the police department pull up Nick's stream at the time, and they to let them know that it was an actual thing and not like a swatting, but like
Yeah.
Doxing can be
Like-
used for good and evil.
Well, I mean, like I've said before, and as much as I don't like the fact that I was doxxed, I'm not necessarily, and I won't dox anyone personally, but technically doxing is protected speech in the United States and
Yeah.
should remain
Well,
so.
it's not a crime. It's just a faux pas.
It's collecting publicly available information and basically coalescing it to a single, easily accessible source.
Yeah.
I don't like it, or I don't like the fact
I
that
don't
it's
think
when
it
people
should be
use it
weaponized.
maliciously.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
it should be used as a weapon. I try to practice as much OPSEC as I can. Like, there's no linkage between this account and my real identity.
Shit,
I don't use this
fucking
name
taken
anywhere
care of.
else. Like, yeah.
I did not fucking. I had the tiniest fucking thing. I could not believe was how.
What was it?
'cause
What was it that did you?
So it appears that because I did that records request for the documents, right?
Hmm.
And so I did that records request, and I had to submit a name and a phone number, because because you had to send like a self-stamped envelope basically to get the information back.
Self-addressed envelope, yeah.
So that wasn't going to be put in the record. I just had to put a name and a phone number in case they needed to contact me. And I paid with like a money order or something. So it didn't even have to have my name on it. I used Ken Jennings, and I used my Google Voice number, which was only other use for that was my work line, but it was done with the only people who ever got that number was people who were my active clients, right? And I had a Psychology Today at the time, and they would keep it to where they would use a different phone number to keep your number private, but they had fucked up that feature, in which had caused my phone number to become visible, basically.
Unmasked, yeah.
And on the website, unmasked, and no longer hidden behind
So
one
they
of their
just
fake
Googled the
numbers.
fucking phone number
Yep.
and had you instantly. Damn it.
Basically what it was. It's all because it's a psychology. It's no longer a thing because my Psychology Today is gone because of where I work at. Or I'm not working in private practice at the moment, so I don't need that. But like, you can't even find it now. Like, I've tried finding it again, and you really can't find it. So there's a good thing, but so it was just fucking irritating. And then what do? They look that up, they find my name, then they find my employer, and then they contact my employer, and shit goes from there. So,
Well, I mean,
still
these guys
irritating.
don't even know my first name. Like,
No,
you got,
I mean,
these guys know nothing about me.
my inner circle, as I call them, my inner circle knows enough about me, and a lot of them know who I actually am at this point, because it's whatever. But like, even for people who like I talk to, like, or whoever talked to me, like, or give me information, I'm like, look, even if I didn't like you, I'm not a dick enough to dox you. Like, I do take that shit seriously, because probably,
Yeah.
I would never go around and use that kind of shit to dox someone. If people have sent me like screenshots or different things, and it's like, okay, but it's not something I'm gonna like use against someone.
I would never. Well, first of all, I don't know how I would boomer the shit out of it. I'd probably end up like wiping myself from all, registries on accident trying to do so. But if we were to like meet up here in PA, one, I wouldn't ask you your real name. Even if you gave me your real name, I would still call you Ken.
I'd send an
Because-
actor.
That's who you are to me.
Well,
I'd pay someone
I
on
think,
Fiverr to do it, like, to just go.
like, I think Rakita knows my real name, but he still calls me Ken.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the hardest thing I have to do is like when I'm streaming and I'm like talking about something, and like I'm using an example where I have to like if I was talking to a client, I'll sometimes have to stop myself instead of saying my real first name. I'll be
Yeah.
like, Mr. Ken. It's just
Yeah.
because like I'm so used to saying it. And then the reverse is like I have to make sure I don't say that to my client. But like, who's Ken? Like, don't ask. Do not ask. Do not ever Google it.
Yeah,
Uh,
I had that the other day. Like a couple of times on stream, I've almost said my real name.
Dude, it's hard to fucking like get in the habit of
Yeah.
saying your pseudonym. Like, it's kind of almost second nature now, but I still am very
Like my name is unsearchable. Like it's literally like I picked a pair of like it's a pair of thermal underwear. Like it's a thermal underwear brand. Like that sounded cool. So if you search
know
for
what
the longer
Thermalite
version
is,
of my
right?
name, you'll find nothing. Like I
Thermalite
I
is
picked it at random.
it's a chemical. It's a chemical you put in.
It's owned by like the Dow Jones company, like the
So-
Dow Chemical. Yeah,
But yeah, it's highly corrosive. It basically burns through. It's an acid. It burns through like even the strongest metals.
Oh no, it's not thermite. It's thermolite.
Oh,
it's
oh,
literally
thermolite.
thermal underwear.
Oh, okay.
It's literally thermal underwear. But yeah, and the problem is because my real name is I'm literally the only person in the world with that name.
douchebag.
so
Oh, that's
I-
not the only. Okay, yeah, there's more than one person
Douchebag
with that name.
Medushason, yes, that you've got me. You've figured it out, Ken.
Docs. Live in 4K. Okay.
So yes, it's difficult, but yeah, you get used to it. But yeah, I try to practice. I try to practice good OPSEC.
I
So,
try. It's sometimes hard,
yeah,
and it's kind of you get used to it, but it still doesn't mean like the fact that I have to like because I thought when I set up my Ken's Counseling Couch channel and using Ken like I thought using Ken because one it's caused some of the funniest things to ever happen like Ron Toye reaching out to the real Ken Jennings more than once to happen. Never intended that to happen, but that was some of the funniest side effects of it. Picking that means that I'm not the only person to ever use the name Ken Jennings.
Wait, you mean you
online.
aren't the most successful Jeopardy player of all time?
Well, I mean, I have won $5 million on Jeopardy, but I can't afford a good microphone. Well, initially I could, and I actually have a pretty decent setup now. If you like retail value, like brand new, like 'cause some of it I got used, like I've got like a $400 setup now. Like so, like my microphone's like a broadcast dynamic. I've got a preamp and a good interface and shit. Like because the fucking mic, and I'll never live down the mic shit. But at this point, it's part of the gag. So, but because the first like
the most
I won't
important
go-
thing,
yeah.
the most important thing with streaming is the mic. That's it.
Well,
Like,
I mean, I didn't know that when I first went on stream with Nick. To be fair, like I
Yeah.
listened to Nick, but I didn't realize my mic was that shitty.
like you can get away with a potato cam, but if people can't hear you, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I know
need
a
to
lot
get
of
a new
people
mic.
watch me in the background,
Hmm.
and like they'll listen to my streams as they're like doing chores or mowing the lawn or whatever it is, and so that's where like I've kind of, for the most part, given up. Like I'm still toying with the idea of showing face on stream. I'm still not sure, but it's
I
like
just assumed your image on Discord was you. So
no, that's not me at all. That is an AI generated image of me. You mean the one that looks like a person? No,
yeah,
that's not me at all. That's an AI generated image of me that uses a picture of me that generates a face that looks like-ish, but does not look like me at all.
because I'm like, yeah,
I
I take that as a therapist. Like that totally looks like a doctor.
no, I could show you a picture of me like from when I was in the military. Obviously, that's like 10 years old at this point, and so it's a bit older. But like, I definitely do not look like that picture. I just like the fact that that was the output, and I figured I was like, eh. Plus, also, I kept using it because that fucking idiot Michael Palmer was getting so aggravated that I was like this cartoon therapist, and so I had made that, and I was like, well, look, I'm not a cartoon anymore, and then it triggered him so bad, and it was pissing him off.
Wasn't
And
that
so,
Cass?
no, that was not Cass, because I like Cass. Cass Michael is Michael Palmer was that idiot that was in that gets in Nick's chat on YouTube every now and then.
Yeah.
And him and I would have those arguments that would sometimes draw Nick's attention because they would be so fucking like annoying. Because he would like start saying shit and I would call him out on shit. It just went back and forth. Like Nick had said on more than one stream, like, knock it off. Or like, you guys are fucking distracting. Because he would like misquote me and take me out of context and shit. Like, because I've done the interviews with Phil on talking about the sex dolls and stuff. And like different shit like that. And like this idiot doesn't understand that just because you've offended against a child doesn't mean you're actually attracted to them. He doesn't understand that there's actually a nuance with that. Like that's not how it works.
It's like, I assume it's like rape. Rape isn't always about sex. And for the most part, rape's about power.
It's about control.
Yeah, and he doesn't understand that. And he thinks that, no one that's not attracted to children would ever rape. Like, he doesn't understand.
Why are you a pedophile apologist?
I know that he legitimately thinks that. He ended up getting blocked in my chat, which I didn't like it doing, but it just got to the point where I was just tired of his shit. It was too distracting, and I'm like, I can't. Like, it's just not worth the hassle anymore. And so he's just an irritant I didn't want to have to deal with any longer. So he's in my comments bitching about Farron.
He's in my comments bitching about Farron a lot.
God damn it. Okay, I guess Michael's still alive. I'll have to check out your comment. That's great. God damn it.
Excuse me, L.
It says Alyssa clip. So
Yeah, I know.
to be fair. Holy fuck. That's after 1 already? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I uploaded the clip. I did a meme of Rackets with his like revealing his tattoo as like a Actually, I'll just play it because it's my fucking shit and I can do whatever the fuck I want. So I'll pull it up. 1 sec. New window.
You saw my meme of Rackets I made on his locals, right? You can't play it on YouTube. The N-word counter one. Did you see that one?
No.
Oh my god, you didn't see that? Oh
no, I haven't been on locals in a while.
Oh, dude. So he did an unbreaded where he said the N-word, like the whole time.
Oh damn.
And like, yeah, he said the N-word. And so I made a counter that would go ding every time he said it, and it was the way I clipped it together was great. Oh, I want to see this. Play this.
Don't tell them I work for the Chinese Communists!
What the fuck?
I just translated it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I went and found each individual kanji, and then I found the translations, and that's what it says.
No, it doesn't.
It totally does.
Say that.
It totally does. It's totally Angry Festival Chivalrous Gallbladder, which sounds like a really obscure anime.
Did you show Nick that yet, or has he seen it?
I think I posted it to the locals. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh god, if he hasn't seen that, I'm gonna have to let him know that he needs to. Oh god, that's great. This is why I'll never get a tattoo. I have one tattoo, but I'll never get a tattoo in anything that's not English or a language I speak.
Well, you were in the Navy, so is it like an anchor?
No, I was in the Air Force.
Oh, I thought you were in the Navy because you worked on nuclear stuff.
No, I was in the Air Force. I did data analysis for nuclear cheating monitoring. It's a bit different.
Oh.
But yeah, but my only tattoo I got when I was 19, and I have yet to get another one because of money, and I've yet to figure out another tattoo that's about as meaningful. So, because it actually has a purpose. So it's not like just a like a tramp stamp, okay? Which I've considered for the meme, but then I don't want to be like 80 and be like, "Hey kids, look, grandkids, check out my tattoo." Like, Grandpa, what's up, mean? I'm like, no, Grandpa, what's a thought?
My tattoo is gay. It's like it's very nerdy. It is a Magic the Gathering guild tattoo.
I mean,
simple.
that's a good one. Like,
Yeah.
my wife's tattoo is I think it's she has two tattoos. One of them is a similar style to my tattoo for the content, and then the second one is she has it's a Dratini wearing a Dragonite hoodie on her like ankle because Dratini's in Dragonite's like her favorite Pokemon. It
I
actually
have-
looks really good. Like the guy who did it's like really good. So
I have a tape measure on my dick. No, yeah. I have no tattoos. My kids have tattoos. My eldest
didn't
daughter
know-
has this like terrible hand tattoo on her arm that I always make fun of.
why would you have a
daughter,
micrometer tattooed on your penis? Sorry.
my youngest daughter has like tons of tattoos. Like she's got tattoos for all of us. She's got actually she has the best tattoo she has is my grandfather always used to sign like birthday and Christmas cards with lots of love. She went
Yeah.
and got his handwriting saying lots of love on a forearm.
Oh, that's cool.
I had to excuse myself to cry when she got that one. And my
That's
son
like-
has like just strange tattoos that like he dated a girl who was a tattooist at one time and has like ghetto like he has like prison tattoos, but they're not prison tattoos, but they're done like he was in prison.
Yeah. I have a scarification brand on my left arm that I did myself when I was particularly upset, to remind me not to fall for the same shit again. It was one of the chicks that I hooked up with before my wife, just to remind myself, hey, the bitches be users and whatnot.
I've
Yeah,
thought
it's
about
it's like a fancy like outline of a hand, like a woman's hand on her like the back of her arm. It's weird. I don't know why she got it. There's a reason I tease her about it.
I thought about getting a tattoo that kind of inspired by something Robin Williams made a joke about how when you get tattoos when you're younger, like you get the barbed wire and then you're 80 and it's like a fucking picket fence. And I thought
Yeah.
about getting a picket fence tattoo just for fun, so I don't have to wait for the barbed wire to turn into a picket fence. So or
I
still-
almost got two tattoos, which were representative of my grandparents' tattoos from their special time at camp. But that, in my mind, that would be yes, honoring them, but that would also be, in my mind, it's very bad taste, and it should I decided against it.
I tried to say because what is it? Like I fucking go in to visit family and friends here. Like I guess at the end of the month, that there's a cool event for my former fire department going on too that I'm going to be going to. I got invited to, and I was wanting to do something cool because I haven't seen my friends and family and shit in 5 years, and so it's going to be cool to go visit. I was hoping to have something cool to do, but it's like money's a bit tight, and this trip's a gift from my wife, and so it's like, oh, I can't do anything cool while I'm up there, like besides spend time with my friends and family, which is cool, but like it's not like I'm going to fucking do anything like expensive because that sure as shit ain't happening. So, oh shit, hold on one second.
You know what trip I've always wanted to do? You know the different towns that had like sitcoms that had and whatnot, like WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh yeah, but why
The
would anybody
cheer-
want to go to Cincinnati?
Yeah,
Well-
that's like going to hell.
Well,
That's like going to
it-
Gary, Indiana.
but to
Yeah,
go
fair enough.
see,
That's-
but to go see the sites that basically, one of the things I did is when shit was going down, I escaped into TV and
Yeah.
movies. So that became my family. That became where I went to reach out, even though they couldn't reach back. It was where I went to. So a lot of things, it's like it's weirdly important to me. So like going to Boston to the Cheers bar. It might not say Cheers, but it would the place it represents. I want to do that trip around the world until I can finally say I've been to all my favorite spots. But that's going to cost a lot of money, and I don't have much time left. I'm getting too old, and to the point where I won't remember the places that I want to go to.
Do it before you forget. Like that you won't remember. So do it now. Find a way to make it happen before you regret not doing it sooner.
Gary, Indiana is like the new Detroit. It's going to be the meme city that they're going to set the next RoboCop in. Omni Consumer Products is just going to buy it.
Are you saying that Detroit's not a good, functioning, healthy city? Or if you say so, okay. I'm not here to judge, but okay.
Tim, tell us how awesome Detroit is.
I do
amazing?
want to go to Minneapolis to go to quote unquote Graffiti Bridge, do the whole Prince thing. Oh, and see Nick, I guess.
There you go. Detroit's actually
Quite shit. Are you saying Detroit shit? That's not what I hear. I hear Detroit is this up and coming great place.
Where
They gentrified the whole thing.
is Detroit a motor? Is that Motor City?
Yeah, that's Motor City.
Yeah.
So that's a
Ain't not much
Nugent.
motor left in that city. Just saying, it's not looking good for that place anymore. What I hear, I have yet to visit that city, and there are certain states I will never step foot in unless you force me to. California being one of those.
I was about to
Probably
say
would-
fucking California, isn't it? Well, if you enter California, you have to pay tax, right?
I'll go to California, but I'll stay in the fucking desert. Fuck the big cities.
See, I'm not sure if Tim's talking about Detroit, because that could equally apply to California as well. Yeah.
That could be any of any of those ones.
Detroit, New York, California, Chicago. Actually, no, Chicago was always a fucking wasteland.
Whoa, that's offensive. I mean, it's not wrong, but I mean, people shit on Florida all the time. We have Florida Man, but if there's a state to
Ensenada
live
isn't
in,
a bad place.
Florida Man exists because Florida is free.
Actually, Florida Man exists because of our sunshine laws. That basically the open records laws on everything. So that means like all the court shit and all that's easy to get a hold of. So because of that, you can find the Florida Man shit very easy. And that's why those court cases and shit are all easy to come across. It is one of the reasons we have our Florida Man titles. So.
The last really bad thing in Gary was when that kid was trying to trade his Xbox and got shot down by the gangsters, proving themselves to the gangs in Detroit. Jesus fuck.
Well, no, I mean, everyone knows about Gary, Indiana, because apparently that's where you buy all the guns. It's like right next door, even though it's illegal to sell a gun to someone across state lines unless you're shipping it to.
State lines! State lines! State lines!
Yeah, They,
Maybe I should end the show before they build the tower.
what tower?
The tower that's being built in the chat.
The chat's going from top to bottom, and so I was wondering what the hell they were trying to spell at first. And then I figured it out. It kind of made itself obvious after the reading it up. Said, "Stop, bad chat, you naughty chat."
Oh.
They're gonna spell it. Nope.
Combo
Darmy's
breaker.
Yep. Darmy blocked it.
Good job, Dami.
Darmy's the hero we
It's a
need.
great place for hand-loaded ammo purchases, but that's mostly rural Indiana. Don't tell anyone. It stays between you, me, and anybody who clicks on this video on YouTube.
That too. There. Oh fuck.
I think it's time. I think it's time to end.
That
Yeah.
too.
I think
getting
Ken
tired.
needs his beauty sleep.
Not only that, I'm being called, I think.
Come hither.
Ken is secretly Bronco.
Yeah.
He's getting called by his wife.
I've
Yeah. It was,
I've got to finish that. I could only get like through 10 minutes of that stream.
which one?
The data max.
Oh, dude, yeah.
I've never.
Farron was pissed afterwards,
The one with
but I think she realized
Ange.
I think she realized that the drama is good for clicks. So.
But yeah, I've never seen people who I've thought were adults devolve into,
You're welcome,
schoolyard
Costy.
children again. It's like, and they did it fast.
Well, you can always, Costy, man, you can always talk to Ken if you need therapy.
I also just realized I was on your stream longer than I was on my own stream today.
Yes.
It's one of the things I always say. I find that my place in this world is like, it's one of those. Well, if someone feels bad, they can always look at my life and say, well, at least this didn't happen. This didn't happen
At least I'm
to
not
me.
At least I have nipples.
At least this didn't happen to me. And I'm fine with that. I want that. And it's like when I hear stuff like the case that Megan Fox is covering, I want to reach out and like help as much as I can, because at least give some of my experience and how that kid is going to end up living because just the way people treat us, the people with seizures and whatnot, on top of the bullshit that's going on, and being able to say, yeah, if this keeps going, he won't be able to reach out to anyone. He won't trust anyone. I think that's why I've been through the situations I have been, so that I can help others who have gone through similar things. Be able, if nothing else, be there and show them you can go on afterwards.
100% agree with Costy. You are good people, Dave. We love
Dave's
Dave.
good
Dave's
person.
great. So yes, thank you everybody. Thank you, Dave, for sharing your story, man.
Yes, thank you for sharing, Dave. It was interesting.
And thank you, Ken,
Albeit
for helping out.
difficult story. I didn't do much.
Well, you gave me the opportunity to run to the bathroom, so that's more than nothing. To
Gets
pee.
minimized by-
To pee.
minimized by-
I just want to clarify. To pee. I didn't.
Okay. Is that what they call it nowadays? The pee is stored in
That's what the
balls?
kids are calling it.
The pee is stored in the balls.
So yes, and thank you, chat. Thank you guys for coming along. So, and
We
yeah,
came
good
along
night.
with you to the bathroom.
Shut the fuck up.
What?
I'm trying to finish. Actually, I have the perfect way to finish.
Me too.
God, Ken, I'm gonna play Dave's intro. So, good night, everybody.
Take care.
Hens love roosters, geese love ganders, everyone else loves Ned Flanders.
Not me.
Everyone who counts loves Ned.